And we're back. Fortunately for you guys, unfortunately for you guys, of course. I mean,
Insania has left.
Insania's left, yeah. But we're back with more Dota 2. It's T1 versus Team Undying. Pretty big match as far. I mean, they all are. Well, actually, maybe some aren't now because some teams. Well, one team is eliminated. Some team are also guaranteed lower bracket over here in Group A. There's not many series left, so things are kind of shaping up and becoming a bit more understood with Astra Alliance guaranteed lower bracket, Thunder Predator guaranteed last place. So there are 5 teams fighting over 3 slots in the upper bracket with IG guaranteed advancing.
And right now we have Team Undying at 8-4, and T1 is at 6-6. They both obviously have 2 series left, one against each other right now. T1 has Thunder Predator, so they're pretty much guaranteed 2 wins. No offense, Thunder Predator, after this one. And then Undying has EG left, so who they've traditionally done very poorly against in NA. It's interesting because in the NA region, there was a 3-way tie at one point, and it was always EG beating Quincy Crew. Quincy Crew beating EG, EG crushing Undying, and Undying beating Quincy Crew. Like that's how it always went. So Undying against EG is just based on the season likely to be losses, while T1 is likely to be wins. So coming out of this game, if T1 is to 2-0 Undying, they will likely beat them in the groups.
Yeah, to me, this is where Undying need to get wins because that matchup against EG is going to be so tough for them. And EG is going to be playing very hungry because they're currently losing to VP. So while they're 8-4 in third place or tied third now, VP is about to jump up to 9-5 and be tied with OG. So it's going to look like IG. Suddenly, these 2 NA teams in the top 4, it's going to be one of them in 4th place, and potentially those 2 teams are battling for that 4th slot if VP slot themselves back in.
Yeah, these are some crazy important series for all these teams involved. I think for Undying, this series is really important that they get 1 win at least, and against EG, they'll probably have to take both.
Yeah, I think out of their last 4 games, they need to win 3, I would say, to be upper bracket.
Yeah, so I guess in that case, this series is more important if you'd think T1 is the easier opponent, but based on the records, they're all about the same. So
absolutely.
T1, they started the tournament with some really difficult opponents, so they've kind of been on the mend ever since then, but the 2-0 against VP was really clutch. That was like their first really good series, and we're seeing now that how important that's going to be, because VP would have been way ahead in the standings if they had gotten even just 1 game there. If we look at like the recent games, T1 is on a 4-game win streak, and Undying has won, let's see, they have won 8 of the last 9 games. So they started 0-3, and now they're here. So they were the only team to take a game off of IG, which little things like that matter so much when it comes to these 4th, 5th placements.
The tricky thing for T1 is I think when you start looking at who my advances, to me I look more at the loss column. They have more losses than all those other teams, so they're relying on those other teams picking up losses. That's the only, even if T1 win out, they need those other teams to lose games, which they have to.
But they're playing against each other.
They play each other. EG's about to maybe pick up 2 losses. EG Undying, obviously, they're going to pick up some losses. And I think who's VP's last opponent?
VP has Aster left.
Oh, okay.
And Aster is in 7th place in the group, guaranteed lower bracket.
Yeah.
So, like, obviously they're going to try or whatever, but it's not exactly
have less to play for.
The caliber of difficulty for them will be lower. But yeah, I mean, T1's got the best shot coming out of the last series because they've got Thunder Predator left.
Yeah.
So they're basically 8-6 right now. Like, let's just act like they're 8-6.
Sure.
Obviously, they have to play the
and
games.
we should act like EG's or 8-6. Well,
they
haven't lost yet.
It's looking pretty bad. They have Luna against Ursa, and the Luna has like half the net worth of Ursa. Yep. So that's not exactly how that.
Their Luna was like 5th on the net worth chart. It's doomed.
Yeah, I don't think I've ever seen a Luna win when they are 5th on the net worth chart.
Yeah, I mean. I feel like we're definitely headed towards tiebreakers for 4th. I think there might be a clear top 3, but I think that 4th slot will have some tiebreakers.
Yeah, this group's awesome. I'm really excited. I mean, both groups in the middle of the pack are really tight, and that's That's just super exciting. I had predicted going in the groups that we were going to see like a lot of 80% win rate teams and a lot of 20%, and it was just going to be a clear divide.
Yep.
And I am very happy to be wrong about that. Somehow TI just brings the best out of the lower tier teams, and it brings vulnerability out of the top tier teams that you have like in your head going into the tournament. EG did just drop game 2 finally to Virtus Pro, and in this series we see T1, one of the few teams that's having success with Doom. They're probably one of the most Doom teams out of all of them.
They kind of brought it to the meta. I feel like other teams are kind of taking it from them almost, having seen them be so successful.
Yeah, I'm looking through it. They've actually picked Doom 3 times, and they've only won 1 somehow. Their last 4 games, they actually have been losing with Doom, but it's been banned against them in the majority of it. So people are still respecting it. It's been banned in the second round most of these games. So they feel the need to pick it in the first round, which maybe they're thinking it's like a flex pick, so they want it. It's kind of interesting. I thought they were successful, and then I looked through their game history, and that's not the case. Witch Doctor quite strong against both these melee cores, melee strength, beefy cores. That Maledict always super powerful. I imagine Dubu will be securing the ever-living crap out of this lane for Tomato with the Voodoo Restoration. I wouldn't even be surprised if they just level that in Reflection and just hit you. That's seemingly the way Terrorblade's getting played a lot nowadays.
And you rate Dubu very highly.
I respect Dubu immensely. We were talking about who we thought the best 5 position in NA was, and I think Dubu's in contention, if not the best. I think he's insanely smart about Dota, and his skill comes from his ability to communicate the state of the game to his team constantly. I don't know if you guys have ever seen his stream or watched him play in pubs, but it feels like every game you're against Dubu, his team is on a better coordination page than yours is every single time. And if you can do that every single game in pubs, I'm sure a lot of these captains do it for their team in the matches themselves. But you're just in such good mental shape, you know. You've ran marathons where you play 10 pubs in a day, and you're communicating consistently to your team. So that's really freaking cool. That I haven't gotten to cast a Dubu game yet, so I'm really happy to see it.
Yep.
But T1, we've been seeing a lot of them, and Zephyr. He's been spamming my voice lines, so I'm really happy. I'm really happy about Zephyr. Big fan of the fans or whatever. I don't even know why. Maybe it's just PMA. Snapfire, another hero they've been picking a lot. Let's see. How many times have they picked it?
I think
both games against Alliance.
And I believe it's the most picked hero so far of the tournament.
Yes. So they've picked it, it looks like 4 times so far. And they started out with 2 losses, but they came back with 2 wins from the Snapfire. So recent success from them there. A lot of burst damage. A lot of damage here coming out from T1. A lot of disables, a lot of damage.
Gives him an egg killer. But yeah, the damage seems
Is that the first Underlord? I remember seeing him on the Unpicked Heroes 2 days ago.
Okay.
That might be the first Underlord of the tournament. It's either first or like second Underlord of the entire tournament. Really good against Tiny. Tiny's a 100% base damage. And so based on what I'm looking at so far, it's probably a mid-Tiny for T1. Or sorry, carry Tiny for T1. Yep. Looking like a really hard game for him. I think Undying's constructed a really good draft against it, so I wouldn't mind if T1 demoted it to either 2 or 3. Just make him into a combo, make him avalanche toss combo for the team because they can make space for some carry, like a Slark maybe, some passive carry, so like a carry that relies on a passive. They usually lane really well against Underlord.
5 seconds remaining.
See what they maybe have in mind. Yeah, neither Tiny nor Doom perhaps wanting to lane against that Underlord, and Undying ban out Sniper.
Oh, that would have been a good pick. I would have been down. For a T1 sniper.
Nothing to get on top of a sniper. No catch. No real long range damage.
Is Medusa still in the pool? It is. Actually, I don't like Medusa against Underlord either because she's like almost all pure damage or base damage. Let me look at my hero list here.
Drow Ranger.
The Lifestealer's still in the pool.
Lifestealer.
Lifestealer would be really good. They've picked it several times for 23 Savage, so that would be a solid pick. I would like that a lot. That's a passive hero. That the Underlord Underlord aura no longer goes through BKB, so the rage will be strong there. Lifestealer or Jug really stand out to me. Egg hitters that They don't really have BKB piercing damage on Undying.
To pick.
They go for the
They're worried about the
Arc
ranged heroes. Arc Warden versus TB, I guess. And 23 Savages played some Arc Warden here and there. I'm wondering if they want the range carry. I feel like Drow is kind of one of the only ones left, maybe. I'm not
Clinks.
sure what else. Oh, yeah, Clinks too. Yeah,
10
obviously,
seconds
very
remaining.
popular.
They might just maybe even TA.
5
No, not
seconds
TA.
remaining.
Weaver. Weaver's still in the pool. It's a pretty solid Weaver game.
Yeah.
I would actually pick Weaver here. They have no hard lockdown. on
Unless you
Undying.
just stick with the tiny carry and feel like, let's not overthink this and just play the tiny
Undying's
carry. But
turn to pick.
we'll see what it is. It's going to be a shaker set. Cuckoo, he has been so good on this hero. They're going to put Doom mid, tiny carry, and shaker offlane, I believe.
I'm a little hesitant here just because Undying invested literally all 4 heroes to countering Tiny, and they left it as carry. So that's some like real confidence in the
seconds
hero
remaining.
as a carry. That means he's gonna like have to somewhat get carried by his teammates just
5
because his hero is
seconds
pretty hard
remaining.
countered. At least for, I would say he needs like BKB, Silver Edge, and a Shard before he feels really powerful this game. Maybe even Satanic on top of that because of the Maledict popping before BKB. They have so many stuns though. So many stuns on T1. I would be down for like Razor for Bryle. That seems like a nice Bryle hero here. I don't think they really need disables. I think they need to be so tanky that they survive the disables, and T1 is forced to retreat rather than being on the aggressive.
You don't feel like they need a playmaker or anything?
No, they don't need hero. They don't have heroes on T1 that need to be stunned. You just need to be run at them. I think early game. Like they've got a lot of wave clear, a lot of damage over time on Undying. I think they can win the war of attrition.
Okay.
We saw T1 actually do that exact strat. Or no. It was Vici. It was Vici who did that strat, if you remember. Ooh, okay, Leshrac. That's kind of like a more disable version of Razor. Kind of just run at them, pump out a lot of damage, but he's got the stun built in. So rather than being like an anti-carry, which Razor would have done, they want it to be more of a carry-esque.
Undying has synced up. Look at those 3 mil here. I feel like they've got matching cosmetics. Like they've just shown up to the Dota game with their matching costumes.
But then they've got the Christmas spirit on
Yeah.
on T1 because you got the Christmas tree. I feel like Lion is like an ornament. You know, he literally looks
That
like
glove, that glove looks like a Christmas hanging here. Yeah.
Yeah. And then is that the new shaker set?
I
think it's the.
Not
I think
know.
some pieces of it are the
Okay.
new shaker set, the one from the TI cache. So
Yep.
Cuckoo's marketing some predictions there because you get points for that. Yeah, I think this game's pretty straightforward. You have a ton of damage over time from Undying. Like if they are allowed to hit you, allowed to just be alive, they will kill you. And you have a ton of burst and stuns from T1. So either the fights last 5 to 10 seconds and T1 wins them, or they last like 15, 20 seconds and Undying runs you over. Those are the two options. The building damage in the early game definitely goes in favor of Undying, while in the later portions, the Tiny will start to chunk things. So I'm leaning towards Undying because I think this is just bread and butter in a Dota. This is what they love picking. But I think T1, from what we've seen, they're like turtle power and like mid-game team fighting
It's so
is
good.
amongst the best. So that both teams definitely playing to their strengths.
Yeah. We'll see which style comes out on top in this clash.
Total number of trees destroyed. We've got Lesh Stun that destroys trees. We've got Cookie, Snapfire's ulti. Tiny's going to grab a bunch of trees. I think this is like the 176 range. We got First Blood. There's going to be some action in this game. I'm going 0 to 3 minutes. What team will win? Oh, man, that's a tough one.
You said Undying before.
I said
You
Undying.
slightly
I
favor
got to
them.
stick with.
I'll go T1.
I
Keep
think
it
it's like
balanced.
55-45. I like both drafts a
Yeah,
lot.
with Doom. Oh, is it Doom?
Highest
Oh, it's
net worth
Carl?
game at the end. I'm going
Or
Tomato.
TB, yeah,
Tomato. Like even if you're losing as TB, it's usually like TB and then 3 heroes
I'm going
in the game.
23.
It was the same way when Quincy Crew picked TB and then he lost the Rapier. So I blame Yawar for buying a Rapier, even though it's probably the right item there.
Yeah. Yep.
Tomato, just don't buy a Rapier, my friend. I have a lot on the line here for my predictions in client. Okay, so let's see. Looks like they were looking to get some favorable like laning information. Maybe they're looking to try lane potentially. Underlord is an amazing like solo safe lane off lane hero, but They've elected to stick to normal stuff here. Tomato making his way back bottom. T1 content to... Oh, it looks like they were doing the same thing. 23 Savages navigating his way back top as well.
Yep. So it doesn't look like either team is going to do anything crazy or mix up these lanes at all. Mostly what you'd expect. Last time we saw T1's Carl in the mid lane on Doom, he destroyed VP's GPK with that Harpy creep.
Yeah, I'm wondering what he's going to do without the Harpy creep. So I kind of want to see no Harpy creep this game, just to like see how much it affected things. But we'll see what happens.
I want to see a repeat. That was a lot of fun to watch.
All I'm saying is, like, how much does the
Yeah.
creep matter? I imagine the Harpy creep is by far the best one. The movement speed creep's probably pretty good, and the frost creep is also probably pretty strong.
Well, we'll see if he goes for that early, probably second Devour once it comes back up, maybe on the small camp, depending on what spawns there.
We're gonna see what happens here. I'm ready. They have the ward to scout it out too.
Ah, yeah, that's a nice little added part of it. What we got?
Gets the frost creep.
Okay.
Not nearly as good as the Harpy.
So we'll be. Why do you think Underlord's not being picked much? Just very situational, or?
It seems like stun heavy offlanes right now. Like the only non-stunning offlaner we've seen is the Lycan and the Doom, yeah.
Timbersaw?
And literally every other offlaner apparently. Venomancer.
That's three, yeah,
Necrophos. I honestly think he's just an inferior version of a lot of
Yeah.
these ranged heroes, is now that I'm saying it out loud and you're forcing me to prove my point here. I think like Veno and Necro have been in favor as like the aura building DOT heroes.
I feel like not many teams are known for their Underlord play. It's not like a common offlane hero for many offlaners.
He's super exciting.
Yeah.
I push Q. I have damage.
Yeah.
Get creep.
It's one of the definitely snooziers. Even like the Doom, you're just farming there, but it just feels like Doom is more exciting.
Yeah. A lot of battling back and forth between Bryle and Carl here.
Yeah. They're going to end up trading water runes, I imagine, is Carl. A bit of a health and mana advantage. Didn't end up devouring any neutral creeps just yet.
Probably not worth going
top.
out of his way.
I see Hero's health getting low, and I'm like, oh, go check it out. And then I'm like, wait, it's the Underlord.
It's
lane.
an Underlord Phoenix lane. They would have to be getting killed over the course of like 4 minutes. I'll keep an eye out for you, but
Yep.
I have a hard time imagining 23 Savage unless he messes up the regen game. That he'll be going down here.
Yeah. Maybe a support might get caught out of position or something. Or
He's
maybe
got 2
misplay.
salves on Whitemon. He's ready. He knows what kind of lane he's in.
If there's a first split up here, I feel like it's more likely going to be like Moon's Phoenix going down.
True.
Like, to like a Lion Tiny combo.
He's also got a salve of his own. I feel like nothing's happening in this top lane.
Carl sneaking in, looking. Oh, he doesn't actually have to. For a second, I thought he was looking for a Devour, but he's just stealing this bounty rune. And he's going to TP back to his tower. It's more than 100 gold.
He didn't miss any creeps there.
Yeah, doesn't miss a single creep. The TP is like an 100 gold investment, but the bounty rune for his whole team is well worth it.
It's only an investment if he doesn't die and he has to buy his
Yeah.
own TP again. So we may be seeing some tactical feeds coming out from Carl in the future.
Yeah. Gets the bottle refill, so it makes it much less likely he's going to die or something will happen. So, yep. Puts himself in a pretty good position here as next Devour comes up. He also got to scout those neutral camps, probably wanted to see if there was that Harpy, but it's not the case, and he'll fall back now and we'll see.
Is he gonna eat it or is he gonna go get the Wildkin? I think the Wildkin's
So he's
devourable.
going to scout it, yeah.
It's yeah, it is. Level 5 creep.
Yep. Scouts out, that's some bonus armor.
And if
Yep.
he gets a massive stack going, he can tornado it.
I
It looks
love
really stupid when Doom tornadoes.
yeah, the Doom dance. It's like a little weatherman putting his arms up in the air.
He looks like he's doing some ritual, you know?
Yeah. Oh, absolutely. I love it. It's one of my favorite things to see in Dota. Bottom. Doobie has gone for the heal you mentioned. Just the 1 point cask as well alongside it, so no points in the Maledict. Bryle, okay, he makes sure he gets a water rune because he lost both his bounties there, and Carl is really putting the pressure on. Luckily, he didn't get that kind of aggressive neutral creep. If he got a Harpy or something else with some kill threat, he could be putting a lot of
Cuckoo might be
pressure.
in some trouble.
Luckily,
Nope,
the cask
okay.
didn't bounce back. Yeah, didn't get the cask RNG.
Okay, so Tomato popped meta. He has invested 2 points. He hasn't been going for like the reflection build. I guess you want to be ranged if possible against Earthshaker.
Yep.
Getting a bunch of denies, so we'll put him even further ahead in the CS charts. But nothing crazy going on down here. Man, I think if I had to choose a 5 in this tournament for my lane, it would be Dubu for laning. Like I feel like his laning stage is, whenever you play with him, he tells you exactly what he wants you to do, not just like what he's gonna do. A lot of supports will call like I'm gonna pull, stuff like that. He just he literally tells you I'm going to do this and you need to do that. I'm like, oh, thank you. I don't have to think, I do not have to think for myself. I will mindlessly hit creeps here.
Every now and then I sneak my low immortal ass into one of these time and mark games and getting someone like Dubu. It's so much easier because you, like you say, you just focus on playing your hero.
Yeah.
You don't have to worry about the decision making about when to rotate as much because Dubu will tell you, oh, TP top with us. Come sync up or whatever.
That's a really good pull from T1. Zephyr getting that pull off at the big camp. It puts solo XP for Shaker underneath the tower, which he desperately needs. He was losing in levels a bit to Tomato there.
Well, our first blood expectations are not being met, unfortunately.
I'm upset. I'm already wrong.
Yeah, we saw the big 5-man smoke. It felt like they may just have a level 1 clash, but once they didn't, it was whether or not they have a level 1 clash.
We have to keep an eye out for mid lane. Both of these heroes go up infinitely in kill potential once they get 6, and they have both hit their 6.
Well, Doom has, but he also hasn't.
Oh, well, it's a bait because they'll never know.
Yeah.
You know? I don't know if I like this Midas this game because the game he was against the Storm, he was winning the lane, and Storm was like losing out on farm. But Leshrac is one of the best mids in the entire game to be allowed to farm from like 6 minutes until 12. He will get so many creeps because of how fast he is with that ultimate that I don't know if trading farm is the best idea. We'll see if it works out for him, but Bryle, I'm sure, will be very happy to trade this farm.
See if Bryle continues to play the farm game or if he makes any kind of moves anytime soon. 7 minutes approaching, so that means some neutral items will be coming available, so I imagine both teams will be looking to at least hit the jungle a little bit, ideally finding some stacks there. Looks like Zephyr going to make another stack. As Carl also stacking up and farming. This
stack game's really important here.
It's always that 7-minute mark where it feels like they stack and then instantly farm it because they want those neutral items.
Yeah. Gets the Possessed Mask. Not nearly as good on Tiny as it would have been last patch, as they changed it from 7% lifesteal to 7 per attack. So it kind of sucks on heroes like Tiny that attack pretty slow and have massive damage output per attack. Meander spamming some voice lines. I like it. Even Saberlights hitting up the neutrals. There are so many neutral creeps that are going to be farmed this game. Tomato's farming neutrals. Carl's going to another stack of neutrals.
What I'm hearing is this is a perfect game of NA Dota. This is NA pubs in a nutshell. This is Undying. They're in their element here. But
but this is also kind of T1's.
Like, that is
this is. I guess you could have predicted this going into the series that this is exactly what the game would look like. But they were supposed to get a first blood in the first 3 minutes, and they failed to do so. Double damage for Doom, but he's got a Midas. He's almost got it because that last Devour just paid off. But he's gonna have it here pretty early. Let's look at the net worth. You got him 800 gold ahead of the Lesh. So even though Lesh is out CSing him by 12, you're just seeing the power of Devour. That sounded really cool. I didn't plan that at all.
Yeah, this is a game that is perhaps headed to... I mean, there's all kinds of things can break it up in the mid-game, but both teams are at least... Their style now is geared towards, let's hit some late-game timings. Or at least, we're looking to secure that farm for our carries.
Everyone is going to be very rich in this game, except for maybe the 5s.
23 Savage, hoping to stay rich, is getting rotated on up top. Can he get away? He gets cookied out of the Leshrac damage, and now Bra could be in some trouble, but...
Nice Underlord ult to get out of here.
Dark Rift, he says, this is bad. We don't want anything to do with this 4-man rotation. Only Cuckoo doesn't show up. He still sticks it at bottom.
Tomato went mid, too, so if Bryle TP's back mid, there might be a lot of pressure they can create immediately. He's actually going to TP back bottom, as we see Cuckoo going for the solo kill. He wants those Cocoa Puffs from Moon Meander.
He's not going to get him. These Cocoa Puffs come with a bite as Cuckoo now on the run, but there are 3 heroes with Leshrac cutting him off. Cuckoo.
Stun? Oh, the blind stun.
Got him on the edge there as Cuckoo going to do a little bit of damage before he goes down, but that is first blood at 9.5 minutes as we all predicted.
Exactly according to plan. That's such a late first blood. Holy crap.
Tip Cuckoo, the heart and soul of this T1 team, really.
I will say that Carl loves spamming the "I gambled, you lost" line. I think I've heard that more in the last 2 days than I have in my entire Dota career. So
I feel like this is also like the 3rd or 4th time we've seen him play Doom.
yeah, that's what I mean. He's spamming. Oh, Bryle has his ultimate going though.
He tumbler toyed into a War Stomp. That was cool. But yeah, Leshrac doing a bit of damage on the way out, and okay.
Big kill, because both of them are very farmed. So having one really farmed hero kill another really farmed hero will often lead to that farmed hero killing that farmed hero again later, right? Because they're both very high net worth. They'll turn it into something. He's got the phase boots, Blink Dagger, BKB, very standard Doombringer build in the works here. Devour is 210 gold per minute, and Midas is 110. So you can take whatever creeps he gets, add 320 GPM, and that is what Doom will be netting. As he TP's top, Saberlight has phase boots of his own. Oh, the Tumbler's Toy again.
This is such a good combo, and with the Mortimer's Kisses, they have the damage to finish this one off. Carl needs to be a little bit careful with the toss back. Savage keeping him alive. T1 doing some really sick plays here. I like what I'm seeing.
And meanwhile, Moonmeander getting caught bottom. Whitemon has the Finger of Death, sucking him dry as he... Nice. That you have to do that.
Egg, yeah.
They don't really have heroes that attack
very
fast.
Maybe with the 2 they could have killed it, but why risk it? And also, hey, let's get some Finger of Death.
He also cleared the creep wave with that Echo Slam, which unironically is like pretty good here. You want to be able to push the tower a bit, farm it, turn it into some farm. He's going to get his Blink Dagger, 200 gold off. You're like really happy to pop it there, the Echo Slam, because it'll line up now with like right after your Blink Dagger comes out.
Well, Undying making a kind of counter move towards the top tier 1 tower. They're down 2k gold, but they'll get themselves a tower, knowing some of these big spells. Basically all ultimates on cooldown.
He went straight Blink on the Doom, so he skipped the phase boots.
Okay.
Looks like they want the double Blink coming out at the same time. Bryle has gone for the Hood first, so he's more of a utility build. I would be surprised if he completes this Yules. I think the Sanjin Kaya might be a better option, but they are lacking disables. Saberlight could consider going for an Atos, but as of right now, I think T1's just kind of going to be able to do whatever they want on the map because of the lack of disables coming out from Undying. They have Phoenix Egg, like they have good team fight, they have good damage, but I think T1, you can see, like even just the toss away is enough to just not fight.
Yeah, they don't have the best ways to like keep people in an area around that Supernova if they do want to use it.
Tumbler's Toy again! This is the most valued Tumbler's Toy I've ever seen from Carl. He blinked into a Tumbler's Toy.
That initiation range, 1,500 with the blink, 1,200 plus another 300. That's some serious catch.
Yeah, it's really cool looking too. It looks like he's like a rock skipping in the river. He's like blink and then whoop.
One of the heroes that takes advantage of it better than most with the War Stomp. They are waiting and baiting here, waiting to see if anyone pokes their nose into this river. What's the plan here?
You've also got a 5-position Lion just farming a creep wave. That feels like
Fine Tomato here, blink and stomp with the Doom and the Mortimer's Kisses. They've got the kill. Cuckoo tips before they've even finished him off. And Zephyr's like, yeah, I can farm some camps with that, although one Mortimer's Kiss didn't quite hit where it was targeting, but really good moves from T1. They're up 3k gold. They're crushing this game so far.
Yeah, I feel like that first death from Bryle is really hurting Undying. It's just the fact that you had 2 momentum-based mid laners, both of which were very farmed, and now the one that got the first kill is the one running around killing more people, while Bryle feels like he kind of needs to recover a bit. And you're seeing it show. Obviously, Doom has the Midas, so he's always going to go ahead in net worth, but already 2k ahead of Bryle after that first kill. Yep. It would look like the opposite if Bryle had gotten the kill first, but they just don't have playmakers on Undying.
Yeah.
And usually with Doom, we complain that they lack stuns, but every other hero on his team has 1 or 2, or in the case of Earthshaker, 3 stuns. So they have a lot of stuns.
Yeah. And even Doom himself has found a way to be a stunner with this Tumbler's Toy War Stomp. As Tier 1 tower mid being seized. They want to fight while the Doom is down. This is what Undying have done well. Blink Echo Slam, though, looking to stop this push, and they're going to use the Finger of Death to blow up the TB. They weren't ready for Cuckoo's Blink. Supernova going to look to turn and fight this one as Zephyr goes down. He wanted to try bring the egg down with him, but couldn't get the attacks off.
It's a fast little underlord pick there.
Cuckoo doesn't get a chance to blink away with the Sunray coming in clutch.
It takes so long for them to kill him, though, because he's just running. I would say, considering the fact that they were down by 3k, That's an acceptable trade for Undying, but
Yeah.
T1's definitely not upset about it. You almost have the Shadow Blade done on 23 Savage, so even more playmaking potential. Both teams are very farm-heavy teams, but like if I'm Tiny here, as long as I don't get absurdly caught out of position, I feel really comfortable farming wherever I want on the map. While on the other hand, the Terrorblade, you can't really show, as you saw there, he just died full to 0, but you also can have your Lion, you can just have him Mana Drain or Hex your illusions, so it's going to be really hard for your illusions to find farm either, so...
Yeah, it's a big part of the line pick, which, you know, we always used to see line picked a lot when TB was there, but a bit of a comeback. Whiteman, I think it was like level 26 line, that master tier as well. Quite the lion spammer.
Yeah, I don't know. I feel like every time you see somebody's a master tier at a hero, it tells you a lot about who they are as a human being. And Whitemon just, it tells me he really likes to, like, grief the enemy carry. That's what it feels like. Because no carry generally wants a 5-position Lion on their team. Like, usually it's not a very strong laner. But he's saying that he wants to grief the enemy carry later. Which honestly speaks kind of to T1's style in the sense that they always find the farm for 23 Savage. So why not just disable the farm of the opponent? Makes sense. As they're about to have the top 2 net worths in the game. As 23 Savage is about to pass... Tomato here.
Yeah.
I almost said Yawar, but mixing up my carry players.
Yep. Well, we'll see Undying. Kind of just by nature of their draft, having to just continue farming. Like, they can't really play this let's make place style when they have an offlane Underlord, a mid lash, carry TB. None of these heroes, yeah, they don't make plays. They don't really easily smoke up and kill stuff. They can still go for that. It looks like that's going to be the call here as they group up around mid and go for a smoke play. Connecting a top with the Underlord, it seems, although none of T1's heroes are anywhere in that area.
I really want Saberlight to build an Atos. I think they have to buy an Atos. I don't think Brawl can afford to buy a Yules, because it's not at all a defensive item for him, because if he comes down from the Yules, he'll just die. And if he uses the Yules and he tries to, like, stun somebody, he'll just get fissured. So I think their only way of building a stun anytime in the near future is Saberlight.
Yeah.
And meanwhile, like we said, they've got a metric shit ton of stuns on...
Yeah. And when you say building a stun, it really would be kind of almost their only stun. Cask is not like an initiation spell.
You can run pretty far by the time the cask hits you.
Yeah. And Witch Doctor's not like running in the front. He's going to get comboed by a Tiny or something if he does that.
Because they lack stuns and lack reach, we were talking about the power of like the sniper pick last because they banned it out. This Ether Lens from Whitemon is going to be sick. I really like that he didn't go Blink because you don't ever want to go into this team of Undying. I feel like that's the worst thing you could do is like Blink into a Underlord TB Lesh. Yep. So he's just going to play the outskirts of the fight. I like that itemization here. Going for a Shard too. If he's BKB, unless he's getting wailed on by TB, he's not going to die. The Shard makes you magic immune during your mana drain, which is very balanced, very balanced. Ali would approve with his voice line.
And additional targets as well, good against the TB illusions. An idea of where Brow was. They're not going to find him with this smoke gank T1. Well,
Saberlight commits to the full pipe, which I don't really approve of this. But they're pretty much all in on saying, T1, please, just go on us, please. Yeah. I dare you, please. And I don't think T1's going to fall for this. I think they're going to wait for you to separate.
Yep.
And they're going to pick you off one at a time. And they're content farming if you're going to group up. They're totally content with this.
And if both teams keep farming, we're headed late game. T1 has the Doom with the minus. They've got a 5k lead. But who kind of takes the late game? Who are you looking at?
I think they take the late game on T1 because of what I said. Like they have to be fearful of getting picked off on Undying. So if they're farming, they're going to be in groups of 2 or 3, while T1 will be farming 3 parts of the map, no question. Like you see here, bottom lane, Cuckoo's farming, mid lane, Carl's farming, top lane, Zephyr's farming. You know, like you have a support that's farming. So you're going to see the difference in the other 3 heroes, not just the 2 cores. Like the Underlord's 800 by hand Shaker. I would say Underlord's more of a farmer than a Shaker is. So that's not supposed to be that way. And then if you add the 2 supports together, mainly the 5 positions, look at that. He's got a full item on him. like 2,300 of this net worth advantage is between the Lion and the Witch Doctor, and Lion's definitely one of the best supports in the game to give a little bit of net worth too.
Undying have smoked up behind their left mid, but not sure it's going to be as easy as they'd hope to get some kills here. There's a regen room bottom. Blink in. Cuckoo goes for an Echo Slam. Only catches Prowl with it. Can they burst in with the Finger of Death? You betcha. The Supernova comes out now, but with the BKB Doom, they can right-click this one, and they are going to finish off the egg with 3 kills going Undying's way. They're not done.
He didn't have his ult on Lash, so he just did nothing that entire fight.
Carl finds him with the Infernal Blade, and Tomato's just like, get me out of here. He runs back to his triangle as T1 finish off 4 heroes.
Run, Tomato!
Yeah. They're making like, no, you don't get from those Ancients. You head right back to base.
Yeah, I think this game gets even easier for T1 as we move forward. So
it's just so hard to play without those stuns. Like,
if you don't have stuns and you're losing, what do you do?
Yeah.
How do you come back into the game? The problem with this pipe build on Underlord is they have Doom. I think you're the prime target for Doom on Underlord. Like, you don't really want to Doom TB. Leshrack's like okay, but they've got enough tools between the Earthshaker and the Lion to deal with the Lesh. So if you're building auras and then just getting doomed, kind of just sucks. Don't know what else to say there. They got the Shivas coming out on Carl next. I assume he'll get there pretty fast because he's got the Midas and Devour. He hasn't died at all this game, so he's always getting the value from the Devour. That's the only way you really don't get it. BKB coming out from Cuckoo. Only BKB piercing damage on Radiant is the Terror Blade.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Lane, Whitemon.
They just 5-man smoked into a Lion and he's going to walk away. That speaks leaps and bounds about what...
And they may get caught on the retreat.
Yeah. They popped meta and can't get anything off of it.
Yeah. Looks like T1 going to play it safe there. With the meta being popped, they're just saying, we can at least wait this one out. They have vision on this high ground, and there's no requirement for T1 to fight with this meta still up for a little bit longer. There's a DDTB. He's going to the pit.
I think you have to force this.
This is one way to force a fight. They want T1 to come at them.
Really good patience from T1. They have Mortimer's Kisses. If worst case scenario, if they're scared that that Undying's committing, they can just pop that into the pit.
Yep. And Undying leave the pit. Unfortunately, they didn't really have enough time left on the Metamorph. It's completely worn off now, so yeah, they couldn't actually get into the pit to go for Roche.
They're ready to go now. They know there's no Metamorph.
Oh yeah.
Let's go. BKB Tiny. Doesn't have the shard just yet. I think it's coming out. It is. So he's hit his timing. He's at his critical mass. Silver Edge will be nice, but at this point, the BKB shard is the dream.
For Undying, it feels like they're just playing kind of keep away now. For a little while, it seemed like they wanted to have T1 run at them, but they just want to keep on farming.
And they're going to go into Roche themselves. They have the little shredder for a bit of minus armor. It's not very much. They have the medallion as well on somebody. Who has medallion? I didn't see it on the. I didn't see it on Snap.
You sure?
Oh, that was just a little shredder. I guess it has the same animation. I got confused for a second. Or the debuff above Roche looks the same.
They scan Roche, and Undying going to go take the enemy triangle. They are just giving this Roche up for free, it seems. Even though I believe they are mostly aware it was going on. Instantly, T1 smoke after getting it. They seem to know where Undying are. They are headed their direction, and see what they can find.
They've got Scotty TB. They've almost got Sanj and Kaya on the
that courier is
Lash.
going to reveal their position. It's coming away from this shop area.
Gotta dodge.
Radiant's courier has been
Pogo sticking forward and seeing what he can find. May just be a Witch Doctor who has to be left to die. TB, woo. He only barely TP'd out before maybe the Lion caught up to him, so they'll just lose Cuckoo in the end.
Oh, he's got the Enchant Totem Fey Grenade on Cuckoo. Usually I've heard that's kind of clunky and it's hard to do, but I was like, how did he just like literally one-shot Dubu? And what happens is if you Enchant Totem, you get the buff where you hit for like 700 damage. The Fey Grenade applies that 700 damage without using your attack. So you effectively get 2 Enchant Totems when you go on the guy. So that's exactly what just happened. Dubu full to 0 there. That was cool. I like seeing people use neutral items like that. Fey Grenade's an interesting new item that I would say is underwhelming on most heroes, but any hero with high damage such as Tiny or Shiger. Very useful.
Yep.
He's using it to farm creeps. That was cool. He enchant totem to hit the big creep and then fade grenaded it and it just died. That's I'm done fanboying over this fade grenade usage here.
Definitely one of those like items that feels like people are still trying to fully figure out a bit. How and where
Yeah, it's only a
best to
couple
use.
months old.
Yeah.
Silver Edge done on 23 Savage. The new Silver Edge not only does the bonus damage and the break, but it's a guaranteed crit on your first attack. So on a hero like Tiny, who already hits for 370 damage, it's a lot of damage.
Oh, yeah. This Tiny is getting very big. Hits level 20 now. Gets some extra status resist.
Silver Edge, for the most part, is the best carry item of the patch. It feels like if you're a carry that buys Silver Edge, you are innately buffed this patch. A lot of the reason why Tiny is so prioritized in the drafts. I could have said broken, but I'm going to say prioritized in the drafts. But he is broken.
We're going to be seeing a lot of Tiny picks and or bans.
There's straight up like 4 to 5 counters
Dire's
on
bottom
Undying
tower is
against
under
Tiny,
attack.
and he's
Yeah.
still #1 net worth.
But they almost overdid it, is the problem. Like, they didn't get a well-rounded draft. Like, obviously,
That's
the
true.
big thing is the no stuns, but it's like, yeah. They
That
kinda
is
just-
absolutely true. It does feel like their overall draft is weaker because of that fact. And Tiny's not even having a bad game because the rest of his team's having such a good game.
Yeah, nice job finding Moon keeping out, but they were just out of range for any kind of line disable.
Nice
and-
fissure block by Cuckoo.
Okay,
Tomato's
can he
stuck.
force this fight? 23 Savage gets the toss back, and Bryal
That's
in all
so much
sorts of trouble.
damage.
Cuckoo makes sure they secure the kill. Just happy to throw a solo Echo
do?
Slam for this kill. That's how confident they are.
Throw the tree.
Cookie forward. He's invis for now, but he's going to be popping out in just a second. Doobie goes for a last-second cast here. The Phoenix gets the egg off just in time, and that's a great egg. We'll bring down the
Only
23
Aegis,
Savage
though.
Aegis. Yep. On the backlines, they did get the Lion kill.
He does not have BKB. Still
But-
have Doom, though.
Yeah, with the Doom there, and
Shiva's done. Jesus.
no Supernova. I don't think Undying have any hope for this fight.
Yeah, Shiva's now has the 25% regen reduction, and Bryle's entire build, Sanjin Kaya and Eternal Shroud, is about like standing his ground and sustaining, and that was already not happening.
We'll see it again here.
You see it, like he's just standing his ground and still dying pretty hard to the Tiny.
I like Cuckoo just throwing an Echo Slam off, not like a big one, but just because he knows that Lesh is trying to lifesteal back through with the magic damage. He's like, okay, we gotta burst this guy, or this fight could go south.
Yeah, they just have so many stuns and overall scary ultimates
Yeah.
that it's fine for each one to just kind of chuck it out. You're also, when you have a massive lead, there's no reason to like hold on to spells. Your hero's items alone will often be enough, and it is now 15,000 gold in favor of T1.
Yeah, we're feeling.
No sign of stopping here.
No.
Let's go.
Yeah, we
Ramp it
weren't
up.
super feeling strongly about either side at the end of the draft, but we're quickly seeing some of the shortcomings of Undying's draft. As T1 looking for that killing blow, they've smoked up. What are they going to find here? Moon glimmered up is going to reveal himself in just a second, and Cuckoo has a fissure and plenty of follow-up if he needs it.
That's
maybe.
the Fey
Yeah.
grenade. Oh my god, the Fey grenade.
Wow.
Dire's
That
That
owns.
is-
I've actually never seen it in action. I've only heard of it.
Yeah, teammates were kind of backing him up, and Cuckoo's like, I just got this by myself. I'll solo kill him.
Yeah, that's quick. The fact that you usually have to chase them down for the second enchant totem, and you know the Fey grenade also gives you a little bit of movement speed. Player with highest net worth is Carl. I need you to step it up, Tomato. Even if you lose this game, I need you to be highest net worth, my friend.
Isn't it Tiny? 23 Savage?
Oh, it updated. It said Carl.
Maybe he dropped something for a second, like dropped an item on the
Oh,
ground.
it was probably on the courier is what
Yeah,
happened.
okay.
Because the courier like takes your net worth away for a bit.
Okay.
Interesting.
I think that's my prediction. I don't know where I see.
I need
23, there we
Tomato
go.
to do Terrorblade things and be highest net worth, but still losing. That's what I need.
Dude, we're so off on the trees.
Wait,
Should've
what
gone
is it?
500 plus. It's already at about to hit 300.
Oh my god. Oh no, it's by 30 minutes.
Oh, okay.
Oh.
we're
Oh my god,
It's
this is
gonna be
clutch.
they get the Doom kill on the Leshrac as Saberlight was trying to save him. On the backlines here. Looks like TV's getting out.
Okay, I need you guys to chill on the tree destruction here.
24, so it's by 30 minutes. Oh, we're fine. Yeah, we got this.
Nice
We
law.
are tree wizards.
Why does it keep saying that 23 Savage is like the highest net worth? Like, why is he dropping from highest to next? You know what I mean? Like, I thought he was highest just the whole time.
Yeah, I wonder if Tiny's doing something like dropping an item on the ground like his treads.
Oh, maybe he's dropping to like stick or something. You know?
He hasn't. I was thinking that, but he's been seeing on 21 charges for a while.
Okay, whatever.
Goes for the break, but gets pushed back. Nice psychic headband to keep the Tiny away. And that wastes his BKB as well, so Dubu, the cute little play.
These neutral items, I don't think I've ever seen this much impact from the actives of neutral items. The Fey Grenade and now the Psychic Headband. Got the Ceremonial Robe.
The Blast Rig.
I don't know, this Ceremonial Robe's pretty broken for the Dire Squad. It gives minus 10% status resistance and minus 10% magic resistance for the enemy team. And they have a lot of stuns and a lot of magic damage, so they're just taking that much more damage.
Not good.
Moon Shard for 23 Savage. Really nice against the Phoenix on Undying.
Here comes Undying. Things have just been going very hopelessly for them for quite some time, and this could be their kind of last go at
Carl's
turning this
poised
game
to
around.
break the smoke, but they're actually going to miss it.
Yeah, can they blow him up, though? He's got no BKB. This is a great kill for them if they can get it. And I believe they should. The fissure, the cookie out, not going to be enough. So they get the kill. They would love more here with the Metamorph being committed. I'm not sure if T1's going to give them more.
He does have the Atos. 4 seconds for Saberlight. The one disable they kind of have.
Okay, they got him with the pit. It should be a second kill. So nice move from Undying. It's... You know, it feels like the first step of what needs to be many to get back in this game, but it's
How many
it's
steps
a good start.
are there? How many? I'd say it's at least 7.
That happening 7 times, yeah.
Yeah,
I mean,
something
killing
like that
Tiny
happens.
7 times, yeah. If it's Tiny.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Even like 3 or 4 if it's
I
Tiny.
think like crucial core kills is what
Yeah.
I'd mean by 7. Like if it's like
Yeah.
a Doom kill too, because he's got freaking Shiva's almost refresher on the Doom. He's rich.
7's feeling about right with the deficit they're at.
Ooh, the Blast Rig against the Illusions. That's value. Yeah, we'll show that item to people because they probably have no idea what it does. Basically, it's really good against like Slark and Ursa and PA. Super annoying for those heroes, but the active of 300 damage just killed the Terrorblade Illusions. So
Also, we got the cool Twitch extension. The Suns fan and Bookers.
Oh,
so, yeah. We
yeah.
don't have to show you guys. If you don't know what an item does,
as long as you're moused over the hero, right?
Yeah.
You have to be selecting them.
I think so. Or you can. There's even a shop button you can click and open up all the items in the shop. I don't know if that includes neutrals. You should.
You probably could, because you can tab over to the neutrals.
Yeah, it probably does. Yeah. You guys
There are
new to
neutral items
watching
in the
Dota?
game, by the way, guys. Just in case you needed to remember an extra 70 items in the game. They are there. You'll probably know by the end of the tournament just in time to watch for next year when they're all new.
I find them harder to remember because it's like you never include them in your build, like for heroes you play, because it's just like kind of there's randomness with which ones you
Yeah,
grab.
the only reason I know all the neutral items is because I play a lot of Dota.
Yeah.
And I don't
That's
think
how
there's
you do
any
it.
other way to know them, really.
Yeah. I mean, going up to tier 3, tier 4, there's not... you know, you see them often enough that you figure out what they do. The tier 5s, tier 5s are the ones that you kind of forget about.
That Fey Grenade just insta-killed Dubu there.
Oh, quick jump, quick couple of kills.
It just seems so easy for T1, right? Like, obviously they have a massive net worth lead, and we just saw how many stars had to align for Undying to get 2 kills, and it feels like they literally just saw them, pushed a couple buttons, and killed them.
And it was 2 kills that didn't lead into like any kind of objective.
And now this is just a Roche.
Yeah, it was so deep on the Radiant side of the map there was nothing they could do after getting the kills.
Oh my god, he got the refresher on Doom. He got 2 Devours. Hear me out. Look at it. Look at his buff bar. And 2 Midas usages. That is
Oh, he's...
the
Yeah,
dream,
he
man.
is taking over that top net worth slot now with the refresher orb.
When those Devours tick off, oh man, that's 420 gold blaze it. That's going to feel so good. 210 per Devour, people. He's got all the Scorched Earth damage talents, and then he has the Doom DPS talent. So Doom is 16 seconds of 90 damage. That is 1,440 pure damage. That's like all of Leshrac. That's like 2/3 of Leshrak's health, ignoring any other source of damage. And for Terrorblade, that's about half. So that's a lot of damage. Will he go for the Ags is the question. Extends the duration by 4 seconds. Also break, or 6 seconds.
For now, looking at the Arcane Blink, wanting that cooldown reduction.
It's actually really
very
nice for
nice.
the animation too. And make sure cast animation's lower. So Doom is a really annoying spell to get off.
Finding the front lines here. They stun up the Leshrac, but
Dire's bottom tower is
T1
under
will
attack.
back off a little bit.
Zephyr's been so clutch with these cookies. I feel like there's, because of the lack of disables, that it's effectively like a force F, right? The cookie's been enough
Yes.
to disengage in a way that they don't have to like pop BKBs or anything else like that in order to survive the onslaught of the spells from Undying. I don't think Lincoln Sphere is your play, Tomato. I think you have some serious damage issues. I think we need like Daedalus Rapier and hope for the best, but then again, you'll probably just die, so I don't know.
It's such a hard game. Get doomed or Tiny gets on top of you. It's so many things that it's like damned if you do, damned if you don't. And whatever item you go for, there's going to be a downside to it.
You generally don't itemize to live when you're losing.
Yeah.
It's not really how you want to come back. Because usually when you're winning, the way you lose is by dying. When you're losing, the way you win is by killing them.
Yep.
So often, that's how you have to itemize.
Kind of similar, like you often aren't going to be saving for buyback when you're losing. You just want to buy whatever items you can get.
Yeah. It's like, you're not going to suddenly kill this Tiny because you have a Lincoln Sphere. That's not... Please do not buy... He bought Lincolns. That is very
Well-
NA. I will say that right now. That is an incredibly NA way to buy items.
Caesar Doom and the other team is like,
I have
getting an
BKB,
item for
I now need
myself,
the
yeah.
Lincolns.
Yep.
Yeah. I'm telling you, I've done this many a time. I understand why he's doing it. I don't approve, but obviously they're doing good this
Radiant's
tournament,
top
so
tower is under attack.
it is what it is. I just don't know how they're ever going to bring down more than one hero on T1. I feel like they have to throw the entire kitchen and the sink at one hero to get anybody. They do have the Blink Dagger on Brile, so they have like a little bit of mobility coming in, but he doesn't have like a sheep stick queued up or anything like that. What's Moon Meander going? Refresher? I'd honestly like to see a sheep on him. Like, I need to see some stuns, people.
well, you're about to see some from Cuckoo. Oh, no, he second guesses it has to be KB. They're just trying to Dark Rift out. They've already lost Dubu here, and now the Doom comes out. He cancels the Dark Rift. They're going to buy back and try and take this fight. Blink, Echo Slam, the follow-up isn't there. Tomato,
Double Doom.
he's been
Didn't
doomed,
BKB.
yeah.
He didn't BKB.
Oh, no. He goes down without buyback. He bought out, and now Phoenix on the run without a dive. Lions... What was that? Gets pushed back. Decides against chasing.
Catches Dubu with the vision.
All right.
Shiva's with vision. He blinks in. Oh, he blinked away. Okay.
Oh, yeah. He's got that good old
He
psychic
he
headband
baited me.
again.
I thought he
Yeah.
blinked in.
Okay. Another convincing teamfight win for T1. Now up 28k gold. No buyback on TB. No Metamorph even if he does respawn.
Yeah, this tier 4 is about, or tier 3 is about to get like 8-shotted here. Right. He's also got the Satanic, so this whole Underlord play of wearing you down is just not going to cut it.
Radiant's middle
Lord
tower
Leshrac just playing the annoying high ground defenders. The Split Earth's just being spammed out. The Firestorm as well.
I don't think 23 Savage cares.
Yep.
No cares here. Satanic's up
Little
in
low,
6
but-
seconds again.
Have to worry
He
a
might
bit
lose
about the Aegis
20, he's down in
timing.
23
Yeah.
seconds. He'll probably 23 seconds on the 23 Savage Aegis. He's down to just.
I think he wants to go back in, yeah. As much as they'd like the melee racks, it's not worth potentially risking.
Leveler. You probably keep the Titan Sliver. Honestly, it's so good on Tiny because it's 20% base damage, and he has 340 base damage. So that's like 68 damage. He needs a little bit more damage, and that's a really nice item.
Always keep the leveler for like a high ground push after you kill a couple heroes where you just want that building damage.
Dire
Yeah.
are
The thing is, Tomato only hits for, even in meta, he only hits for like 320 damage. It's really not that much. Right now he hits for, yeah, he only hits for 270, maybe a little bit less. Let's see. Spell Prism on Cuckoo. Blink Silver Edge on him as well. So you get the guaranteed hit on the crit of the Enchant Totem. So Enchant Totem gives him 400%. He's got 200 base damage. He will hit for 1,080 damage on his Enchant Totem. And then the Silver Edge makes it a guaranteed 160% crit. So he will crit you for 1,600 damage if he hits you here with the Silver Edge.
Sounds a bit painful. That
Yeah,
doesn't
that's a
sound
lot.
ideal.
He also has the shard on Earthshaker. They just have so much
Oh,
control. So scary for everyone on Undying.
Oh, this is perhaps. I mean, last time I saw them go for this 5-man smoke, maybe 10, 15 minutes ago, it felt like one of their last big efforts to get themselves back in the game. They did kill 2 heroes that time. We'll see if they can
Carl's
get.
got refresher BKB. I don't know how this is gonna work.
They need to instantly stun him, and Carl, while he just BKBs, doesn't go for any kind of turn and Doom play. He can refresh this BKB if he really wants. He may want to Doom and refresh. No, he didn't get his big
Wait,
second
he
BKB
didn't
up.
double BKB there.
Yeah.
Did he doom anyone either? He didn't doom anyone either because the cookie interrupted his doom
Oh.
animation.
He needed to just Doom sooner and then pop the refresh, and they're
How is
getting
this
chased
working?
down. They didn't have buyback. Great smoke from Undying. It's worked out fantastically.
Prowl?
Can they get more? Prowl, yeah.
He just got crit for 1800 damage by Cuckoo there. That's an off-lane shaker, and that hurt a lot. Crit shaker is no longer a meme anymore because of Silver Edge. And who's stranded here? Moon Meander. In his own little world over here. He's keeping it PMA, while Zephyr's literally voice lining him as he's standing next to him. You gotta respect the dedication and persistence of these voice liners. So the question is, when will Tomato deal damage? Does he just go Swiftblink
yeah.
Rapier? Is it just Swiftblink Rapier? The thing about Terrorblade is he scales a lot worse in the late game than he used to. His stat gains have been reduced just a bit. And then they also removed his Metamorphosis attack range talent. He used to have like 200 attack, or like 300 attack range on Metamorph at level 25. The duration's nice, but it's just not the same. You'd rather be really, really, really strong for 50 seconds than like pretty strong for 70 seconds. Cuckoo
Radiant courier.
just killing couriers. Saberlight was trying to finish his Lotus Orb, but it didn't have the items on it yet. It was going out.
Cuckoo, I feel like his shaker is one of those heroes that future teams are going to be looking at like, yeah, we maybe want to just span that one out. It's looked pretty good in multiple games with it now.
23 Savage has his own Swift Blink. A lot of Blink Silver Edge heroes in this game. You have Blink
Yeah.
Silver Edge on Cuckoo, Blink Silver Edge on Tiny. Let's just buy a Silver Edge on Carl. Replace that Midas with Silver Edge and we'll all have the same items. Blink Silver Edge BKB. Says a lot about this patch. Upgraded Blink Silver Edge and a BKB. These are the common items.
Also hitting some of these level 25s now. Tiny, it's 26, gets the Avalanche cooldown. Doom, it's 25.
Oh, he took the Avalanche.
That's the
That's
Infernal
interesting.
Blade damage.
A lot of people take the toss charges, but they did nerf that. Used to be free.
Both teams posturing around this high ground, wanting to play around their vision. Undying's like, we got this ward, we need to hold here.
Hold
Use
the ward.
this. Yeah, this is us. We gotta fight. We need to like lock them in this place with the TB Metamorph. Saberlight goes on the high ground, has the
Has to BKB
spider
on Cuckoo.
legs. Yep, that's a nice thing
Tomato
to
has
force
no way
here,
to
but
get past this
oh
fissure.
no, that's a BKB Metamorph that's being used. Maybe he just needs to buy a refresher at some point. Although that's, again, it's not damage. You want damage, and it's just not really coming from Tomato in some of these fights.
I'm really not a fan of the Lincolns. I already critiqued it earlier. The fight where he got doomed there, when he had the Lincolns, he was hitting Earthshaker like for 10 seconds and just didn't kill him. So
Yep.
I would have really liked a Daedalus. Or even just a Silver Edge of his own. Just some item that makes him hit harder. As it just doesn't matter how long you're hitting people if you hit for 320 damage at 44 minutes into the game. Like, Doom has 25 armor in Ashibas, so you're doing less attack speed. Tiny has 30 armor. Cuckoo's not got that much armor, but he's pretty elusive now with the Ags. Pretty hard to stick onto targets. Whitemon's going to kill all your illusions, because he's got the Shard, which makes it so that he drains multiple targets as well, I believe. Yeah, up to 3 enemies.
Undying are near this Roche, but can or will they contest it? Not sure the answer is yes. TB.
It is an Ag Scepter on the
Metamorph.
Roche. Who's taking it? Is it 23 Savage? Is it
Doom.
Carl?
I like Carl.
Okay, yeah,
there
you
we
got
go.
2 Dooms. Might as well make them last longer and break. Why not?
They go blinking in instantly the second they finish off Roshan. They knew Undying were nearby, but Undying's like, yeah, we gotta get out. This one's over.
Okay, Tomato sold his Dragon Lance for what? What did he sell it for? Okay, he's got the full Swift Blink. They are now up by 40k net worth. Why are there so many games where people are up by like 40,000?
We saw it last game. Yeah, it was kind of quote unquote, like 45-minute stomps. That's what the secret one was. And this was, this one is one-sided right now, but we'll see if Undying can make some kind of a big high ground defense.
This game's felt pretty one-sided ever since Carl killed Bryle bottom there.
Yeah.
Like that was the beginning of the end, it felt like.
Now they just start poking at the high ground. It's Tiny. He's a one-man wrecking crew when it comes to killing buildings. Let's take maybe, do a few hits, gets low, has to back off and go for some kind of satanic lifesteal often.
I feel like both these teams have similar playstyles and drafting styles, and T1 just had a better understanding of that this game. I thought Undying's lanes were going to go better, and they'd be able to snowball, but at the end of the day, man, I know Kyle would have probably flamed me for picking the draft that had no stuns. Because at the end of the day, both teams were farming. T1 just has a bunch of stuns and playmaking potential, and Undying, their only real momentum hero, the Leshrac, got killed, and then suddenly they have no momentum, and after 30 minutes of no momentum, here we are.
Yeah. It's not like T1's played super active, looking to fight constantly. It's just whenever they do fight, they're getting those kills.
Oh, it's so efficient. They're farming 3
Yeah.
places on the map for the majority of the game. They're casting ultimates on single targets because they have so many ultimates.
Savage, seeing what he can get. Blinks in
God.
just to do some damage.
Oh my god.
It's like 7 or 8 shooting a tower, I feel like. Just a casual doom from Carl onto the Undying. Can they finish him off? The totem, Echo Slam in from Cuckoo.
This is just space
Brings
making
down
dooms.
2. Yep, they're just letting the Tiny take the racks while they zone everyone out. White Bomb getting low, the TB BKB. Able to bring down the line, and 23 Savage. Yep, nicely timed BKB TP out.
My boy Zephyr. I gave him a shout out on Twitter today.
Nice.
He's the most PMA person in the tournament.
That's Hyper Ace.
Yeah.
Those are rare. I saw you shouting out Whisper as well. His offlane plays.
I actually had never watched Zephyr before the Animator, and not just because he's spamming my voice lines. I am a big fan of his support style. He seems to always have space to farm on the map, which is weird because his cores farm so much.
Yeah.
So somehow that works out.
It's almost like what you sometimes see from Secret, where it's like a lot of greedy players, but they make it work. They find this right balance.
They save each other really well. I think that's what makes T1's style work so well for them, is they're really good at grouping up to save each other.
Cuckoo's just baiting. Oh my god, that Rax just gets deleted. They throw out another Doom under the Leshrac here. That Egg is going to zone them away, but not a whole lot they can do, and Metamorphosis still on cooldown means that was the only way they even killed a Lion last fight. They're going high ground 4 versus 5 here.
He's got Swift Blink Basher on Tomato. I think you got to go.
Yep, he just blinks in, melee form, he doesn't care. He's just trying to do what he can. Cuckoo gets the BKB off to try and help get him out here. 23 Savage is low.
Still
He needs
has
a lifesteal, but yep, he has Aegis.
And BKB and Cheese.
Did pop the Satanic, though. He's going to slot back in the Cheese. And they threaten to kill him here. They don't want to commit too much because of that BKB.
They got the Maledict on him, so he'll tick down, but he's not going to die or anything.
I'll just fall back and not overcommit to that melee Rax.
Like, I respect the fact that Undying's holding and that T1 wants to play it safe, but guys, you're up by 49k. So let's put the nail in the coffin here.
Hey, they don't know it's 49k. And some of that's the Ags from Roche, it's a little inflated.
I mean, it's the Ags on Doom, It's a nice Ags.
That's very true.
What's he going? Is he going Wind Waker? He has a Yule's. Okay. Honestly, like, if I'm going to give style points, I want to blink in with Doom. I want to Doom somebody, BKB, and then I want to, like, swirl around in a tornado moving through the crowd. I don't think this is a saving Yule Scepter because they don't really have a burst damage combo on Undying.
Now he's just looking to blink in and take out the Rax.
Objective gamer
Yep.
here.
He's
He might
had
die
enough.
for this, but that's not really that bad if he does.
Maybe. Leshrac, he's the one who's in trouble. Cuckoo, blink, Echo. Decent damage coming out from the Shaker as he is getting low on 23 Savage's Tiny, but he gets a bit of health back from the Cheese, and that may be just
The
enough
bash, the range
to keep
bash.
him alive.
That's not enough.
Carl, he's in the front lines here. Slowing everyone down, and that is probably it for Undying, unfortunately, at this point. They didn't lose the TB, but his Metamorphosis is going to be wasted.
He just doesn't do any damage. I know I've harped on it several times. He just doesn't do any damage.
Who doesn't do any damage?
The TB.
Okay.
He wailed on 23 Savage for a while, and he just narrowly escaped.
Gonna buy back the Witch Doctor. TB forced away. Using that Wind Waker, the style points for Carl. As Cuckoo also styling around the map with the Acceptor Totems. And with these heroes buying back, it does seem like T1 are going to play things safe. This is
61k! 60k! He's got a Rapier on Tiny. Why? Wait, why? Why does he have a Rapier?
Felt like buying a Rapier.
There's no way he is supposed to buy a Rapier here. I can't imagine it ends up costing them anything, but I feel like if there was a way to lose, it would be by giving a Rapier.
Yep. Well, Undying, you know, we talk about map shrinking in certain opponents. Their map is it's like this block. It's here. They don't get to leave this area.
I mean, 23 Savage, he's a pretty young guy. He's probably gone through puberty in the last, like, 5 years. He's got cojones of steel here with this Rapier purchase.
Buying a Rapier when you're up 60k gold and Mega Creeps. I don't know if that's the...
that's, like, the worst time to buy a Rapier.
Sure. Cuckoo, they take out the TB. He's got a buyback here in the Dark Rift.
Here's the bait. But actually, Tiny's going to kill your base in literally 3 seconds.
If he wants to go for the objectives, and it looks like that's the plan for 23 Savage, although there is an egg supernova to worry about. 23 Savage getting a little low. Used the Satanic already.
He's making it interesting. No BKB, no Satanic. Blinking.
Does he want to go? 23 Savage. White one in the front lines. He needs help, but he's magic immune. The mana drain. Oh, and there comes the Tiny. He doesn't actually.
This Tiny has no way out, guys. Oh my God! You had to just commit there. Just get him.
Yep.
There's no better time than now.
Yep.
Time is now. No BKB.
But Roach number 4. That's what matters here.
That's true. That's really important to securing the victory for T1 here.
Yep. There's just no way for Undying to leave their base. They're definitely trapped.
He needs Battle Fury Rapier on Terrorblade in order to clear these creeps effectively and kill people. We need the Arteezy Terrorblade from like 2017. Battle Fury Rush.
He did that one. That was definitely not good at the time.
No, it was good because what happened was the illusions got like 60% damage from the Battle Fury. So you farmed like a monster. And then they nerfed it like a week later, and then it was bad, and people kept building. People kept building.
Maybe I remember the part was bad.
People kept building it after the nerf, and then it was bad. So Arteezy somehow baited everyone else into buying that item. Ruined more pubs than pro matches that it helped.
Oh, not kidding it. They are waiting for the Roshan. It's a very quick respawn, though, so we don't have to wait too long.
I want to see some Snapfire Ags. That's some style points. I want to see Ags into Wind Waker. That's a lot of style points. A mint amount of style points. Oh, he got bashed mid-Ags jump on Cuckoo. I've never seen that.
Who's it going to be?
Give the Ag... No, don't give it to Whitemon. Give it to Zephyr. Oh... Finger on Lion, so boring. Launching people, on the other hand, that's fun.
T1 enjoying their extra bit of camera time here, as I believe most of the other games have ended at this point.
He just doomed himself. Can't Wind Waker yourself when you're doomed.
Blinking in, and he's going to actually manage to
He's actually going to die here.
Huge. Wow. They're defending this.
Okay, he has BKB.
Oh, big echo from Cuckoo.
There goes
absolutely destroyed too.
Moonmeander just straight died.
Oh
my God!
GG.
Tomato was never even in the fight.
Oh man. Well, 4 out of 4 predictions. How'd you do, Brian?
I got 2 out of 4 because I predicted we went for the opposite route, right? Because the team that will win will have the carry with the highest net worth, so I got both of those wrong. But we both got the trees right. The tree was a really important one. We were told to predict how many trees would die in the first 30 minutes, and that's
I was just
keen awareness
blindly
of
throwing darts,
quelling blade usage. Sadly, in those type of games, it's just not that interesting when one team is playing really sound Dota, and you're like just watching them methodically move from objective to objective, just waiting for the Roshans. But really well played by T1. I definitely think they had a better grasp on that game, clearly. And the mid Doom might be a consideration for a ban because Carl, that was first round pick.
Yeah.
Absolutely pwned.
You can see why teams are banning it against them, and we'll see if Undying shift up some of their bans, their picks. Pick more stuns, more than anything. Like,
yeah, at least
yeah,
two.
what they gave T1 was, some of their big heroes they play well on, but more than anything, I think Undying's own draft is like, let's...
They focused way too much on the tiny.
Yeah.
I was like, damn, this is a hard tiny game. And then you just like see it all come together, and T1's draft is just much more well-rounded.
Okay. We'll see some of those changes hopefully in game number 2. Stick with us. We've got our last game of the day between T1 and Undying. Very crucial standings implications in this series, so we'll see you there. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Dota 2 fans across the world. Probably more of the NA fans, SCA fans. Bit of a clash here between two regions who both had pretty good DPC seasons. We saw SCA do well with Neon at the first major, with T1 at the second major. NA had a pretty good DPC season with EG's second places.
5 seconds.
And here we're going to see them clash in the last game of the day here on stream C. Undying.
This is a really important game.
Yeah. For both teams.
T1
If they want to be in the upper
turn
bracket,
to
I
battle.
think just got to get those wins. They're
Undying's turn to
currently 8-5 in Undying.
And 7-6 on T1.
Okay.
So if T1 wins, it'll be 8-6 Undying, 8-6 T1, 8-6 EG, 9-5 VP, 9-5 OG. And T1's remaining opponent is
10
TP,
seconds
who is 0-14. I was trying to like keep going with
For
that.
the record.
Yeah.
You're waking me up here.
Yeah. That's
okay,
so I'm
okay.
saying that T1 is almost guaranteed upper bracket, pretty much guaranteed
Yep.
tiebreaker at the very least if they win this game. While on the other hand, Undying will be 9-5, and their last opponent is, I think we said Aster? No, they're
T1's
EG.
turn to
Holy
battle.
crap. Okay,
Yeah.
okay.
We were saying Undying need to win 3 out of 4 of their remaining, and now they only have 3 remaining and didn't win. So
if they go 9-5, let's just theory craft this here. If they go
Yep.
9-5, so that would put T1 at 7-7. And then they were to win one more, they'd be
10
10-6.
seconds remaining.
So like if they win 2 of the remaining 3 games, EG would end up being
Five
9-7,
Undying's turn
and
to
T1
battle.
would be at best 9-7. So actually winning 2 games out of their next 3 will be
Might
good
be.
enough.
okay.
Most likely, it will get them into the playoffs. Tiebreaker at the
Tiebreaker,
very
man.
minimum for Undying.
Yep.
So both these
T1's
teams
turn to battle.
pretty much sealing the deal for minimum tiebreaker if they win this game.
Yep. As far as matchups go in that last match, who's IG playing? Because they're obviously made it through. I'm just wondering because that's bad
They
for their
have
opponent. mostly.
OG left.
Okay. OG, I mean, OG
Who's
VP,
OG?
yeah.
10 seconds remaining.
Depends how they want to approach that. It's like, do you try and 2 OG and knock them out of the
5
upper...
seconds
Theoretically, if
remaining.
OG go 9-7, they may not end up in the top 4.
Yeah.
So-
So neither of these two teams have 7 losses yet.
Yep.
So they're both capable of overpassing OG. So VP has, holy crap, there's so much to think here. They have
There's-
Aster. So they're almost guaranteed to win one game. Let's just like leave VP at 10-6. Like they're very likely to win one
Yeah.
of those 2 games. Aster has nothing to play for. VP's the better team. We'll put them at 10-6. 10-6 is going to get you through.
Yeah.
Because these teams are playing each other. OG is going to lose at least
Turn
1
to
game to
battle.
IG. I mean, these are all very likely things.
Yeah, 10-6 seems to be the threshold.
Yeah.
Or at least tiebreak.
Undying's
The thing is, if
turn to pick. T1's
Undying
turn
lose
to
this
battle.
game, then
Oh my god, they're role playing. Continue.
then the matchup between them and EG, it's like if they get a draw, it's like I feel like neither of those teams is advancing. They're going to both end up 5th, 6th with the 9-7. 9-7 may not make it. 'Cause
They'll have play in no matter what, right?
at 9-7?
Yeah, I'm
I
saying
don't think
I'm
so.
saying like
10
if you are
seconds
between
remaining.
upper bracket and lower bracket, they'd have
Oh,
an
yeah, yeah,
actual
yeah.
game played.
Yeah, it's more if EG and
5
Undying both
seconds
end up
remaining.
9-7, then I think T1 will be 10-6. VP probably 10-6. They just have to win one game, and OG have to win a game. That's the other important thing.
Okay.
A lot's that OG IG game very important for OG actually.
Yeah, it's very important for them, not so important for IG. And then on the
Yeah.
other hand, you have the T1 game or the VP game that's very important for them and not so important for Aster. So yeah, this is there's so much riding on this game. We've already given you the narrative. It's there. The story spun. Welcome everybody to Game 2, T1 versus.
I feel like we
Undying.
just talked like for 5 minutes about possible bracket stuff, and I don't think our viewers have a.
Let's be
freaking
honest. They know
clue,
what the
yeah.
heroes look like, but they
10
heard my
seconds
draft
remaining.
analysis and it was entirely wrong. So it's
Yeah.
probably better for their enjoyment of the game to know the
5 seconds
storyline
remaining.
than it is to know the heroes.
Yes.
As that is a dragon with 2 heads. He has 4 abilities. They dual breath, which slows and does damage. You have ice path, which stuns and does damage. You have liquid fire, that is a passive attack modifier that does damage and slows attack speed. And then you have Macropyre, which is a
Undying's
line that
turn.
deals damage. There's a lot of lines for Jakiro. A lot of lines. That's all I got.
Undying. They picked some stuns better. Not the best stuns, but there are stuns.
Monkey King we saw in the
10 seconds remaining.
Secret series. Yapzor pwned on 4
5
position Monkey
seconds
King.
remaining.
The stun from the trees. They gave him a level 10 talent that makes it 0.3 duration longer. Boundless Strike used to be like a pretty underwhelming stun. It was
Yeah.
more like a setup for other stuns. But now it's like 2.3 seconds. It's a pretty long stun, and you're casting it from trees. So, yeah, it's usually enough to set up for somebody else to either kill them in that duration or follow it up. So in this case, the Lina Monkey King makes a lot of sense. You'll likely be able to get that Light Strike Array into the Laguna. Follow up. You already got that set up. It's going to be almost certainly a 4-position Monkey King. This is almost certainly a 4-position Weaver. If you guys have not been watching, these heroes have been demoted to support because they're just picked so often. And that's the first Pango I've seen in a while.
I like it. It's a hero Undying. Saberlight's always looked really good on. And they occasionally flexed at mid, but I don't think that's going to be the case here with the Lina pick.
I honestly don't like it that much against Tiny because a lot of the heroes that Pango's really good against are heroes that can't do damage to him while he's rolling, but Tiny with the 350 attack range when he has the tree. Sometimes I've seen Pangos like roll into the fight and the Tiny will just Silver Edge and hit him once and then they just die. So I think Pango's viability in the game is directly related to his ability to, or how invulnerable he is during his roll. And you've got the Weaver bugs that will stay on you if you got them in the first place. They won't latch on BKB, but they will stay on you. And then the Invoker Cold Snap makes it really difficult for Pango to roll until he has Shard at 20 minutes. So just saying, it's like if he gets into the fray with Blink Dagger, it's a solid Pango game. But it's going to be a little while until that's the case. I think the laning stage will be a bit tough for them as well because you're 2 melee heroes against Jakiro. I think Whitemon's gonna own the top lane.
And Tiny's lane stage has always looked pretty scary as well. The damage up with the tree toss. And
he hits for, I believe, 85 damage with the tree, level 1.
Solid.
That's a lot of damage.
Very solid. Well, we'll see how these teams look to round off their drafts. T1 looking for an
offlaner for Cuckoo.
Okay.
Bloodseeker would have been great because you don't want to pick a melee strength offlaner. I know them after watching them for 3 series now. It's going to be a Necrophos.
It's going to be a Night Stalker. I don't know what you're talking about.
10 seconds
Against
remaining.
Undying?
Yep.
I don't know. I would be upset
5
if they
seconds
picked Night Stalker into Undying. Because the thing about Night Stalker is you use your Dark Ascension and you get a vision advantage. If Undying puts Tombstone on a cliff, it's 1800 vision flying at nighttime.
Okay.
So it negates not only the strength hero aspect of laning, but also the vision aspect of Night Stalker's ult. So that would just be like, we love Night Stalker, so we pick Night Stalker.
Yeah, that's where I'm coming from. I think their first 3 games, when they went 0-3 at the side, I think they had 3 Night Stalker games in a row.
By the way, I thought they might pick offlane Faceless Void. I thought it would have been pretty freaking sick with the Jakiro follow-up as well as the Invoker follow-up, and it's an Agi hero against the Undying, so I was down for that. I was surprised. Actually, really cool that Undying saw that and banned it.
They could even flex it safe lane too, like the Tiny can offlane.
If you put offlane Tiny against
that
Undying, that sounds pretty ass. That's
4 Tiny with 3 Weaver.
Oh, that's true. Actually, you could do that. You could do that. It could be 3 Weaver.
Zephyr does love his Tiny.
Okay.
But no, I think it's not going to be the case. Kyle, you want to try cast? I hear.
Yes, you want to stick around another hour, my friend.
Why are you laughing and pointing fingers at me, Kyle? That's not very nice. So we'll see what these last picks will be. As far as Undying, they're looking presumably for that hard carry.
I like that a lot. I like this pick a lot.
Nice.
They've got so much early pressure, and they kind of lack early mobility on Undying. Like, they'll eventually get the Boots of Travel on Lina. Once the Monkey can get some levels, he'll be able to jump around the map. But Undying, as a hero,
10 seconds remaining.
very immobile. Pangolier needs items to be mobile, so they've got like the secret style that we saw last series going for them. That's not exactly what I'd view as like T1's playstyle per se, but even though they have these really active heroes, they also have a lot of farmers. They have a lot of heroes that can farm by themselves. You know, Tiny's going to hit up the Newts. Voker's going to play the mid lane. Weaver can kind of just clean up whatever lane. And same with Jakiro. They have a lot of, like, their supports are very good at farming this game on the T1 side. They can't kill this Weaver easily on Undying, which means that he can kind of just play their side of the map as a support. And they go for the Troll.
Now select your heroes.
Really strong for the lane.
Yeah.
It's very good lane against Nature's Prophet, but I'd be kind of down if they just do like a core Jakiro here or something. You know, where you just I've seen them do 5-position Nature's Prophet in the SAA region before. I'm curious if they do it. Nope.
They do not.
Nope, they do not. Is it going to be core Weaver now? They're still waiting. They're keeping us on our toes. 23 carry.
Whoa.
So it is the Zephyr Tiny.
Okay.
You know what? It's a really good Weaver game. I said they couldn't kill him so he could be a support on their side of the map, but they're just going to put him as a carry.
Yeah. They got to the last pick and they're like, wait a second.
They have not countered Weaver at all.
Yeah. There are some stunts, but nothing like that really ruins
once you get like one strength item and like the level 10 talent, I'm feeling real good about 23 Savage's game. And the laning stage, they rely purely on slows. Saberlight, you go for the Shield Crash, which is a slow now, and you also go for the Boundless, or the tree, what's the jump? What's the jump called?
On the Penguin?
On the Monkey King, the landing thing.
The Primal Spring.
Primal Spring, thank you.
Yes.
Both of which are like, that's how they usually dominate the lane, is the slows, and Weaver, obviously, with the haste from the Saguchi. Will be Gucci. So I'm definitely favoring T1's draft. I think Weaver as a carry has been underrated throughout the tournament. I think a lot of teams have been hesitant to flex him back to a carry when they pick him like with a couple picks left in the draft.
Yep.
And I really like that T1 left him as a carry.
Yeah. And they're going to round things off. End of the day, fatigue setting in. It's, 10 p.m. You've maybe been playing since the first series today. Picking some comfort here. So their Cuckoo's like a level 24, almost master tier Nature's Prophet. So just making sure players are playing comfy when you're in your last game of the day. We'll quickly, prediction, speedrun time.
Player with the most total magic or pure damage. I'm going to go with Lena. I think it's Brawl. Invoker is going to be chilling.
Net worth at 25.
I'm going Weaver. I think there's no way they shut him down. He's gonna number of Roshan kills. Based on the last game, we're gonna go with 5. No, I'll do
0 to 2 or 3.
I think it's 3. Yeah. Number of tiny. Oh, I've never seen a hero specific thing.
Let's go 19 plus.
He's support. The game's gonna go long enough, I think. Sure. I'll go 19 plus. It's either gonna be 14 or 19 plus.
Yeah, I feel like one of the two biggest.
Specifically 14.
Yeah. There we go.
It's weird. You never really conceptualize like how many times does Tiny toss combo in a game. I've never really thought about it. So,
but 19 plus is a lot. Like how many? Like one every how many minutes? Like if this game goes,
I'm changing my prediction. You're already making. Yeah, 13 to 18. I'm doing 13 to 18.
Yeah, that sounds way better.
19 plus is a lot
for support too. He's not gonna have a blink for a while.
Okay, so Dubu on his signature hero. If you guys have played this guy or seen this guy play pubs, he picks like Enchantress, Undying, Wisp 90% of his games if he can. And this man's like 10K doing it, so but here I feel like he's gonna struggle. This seems like a really hard Undying game, as Weaver just doesn't care about anything Undying does. The only hero that really cares is the Tiny, and that's a 4 position. They're swapping up the lanes. They're putting... Why are they matching Zephyr against Dubu? You would think they're, like, avoiding that. Because Dubu rotated lanes, and Zephyr followed. Does he think the toss safe lane is, like, scary enough?
Yeah, tossing the tower plays, I guess. That's what I see here. Your safe lane creep wave is the one that's going to be close to the tower. They do toss Dubu back, but no tower hits coming into play there. Meanwhile, top, you got Cuckoo and Whitemon. Double range. I mean, this is going to be tough lane for Troll and Monkey King.
Yeah, maybe they think that Jakiro is significantly better against the Troll, is what they're actually thinking, because Tiny doesn't do much to Troll. Okay, mid lane. Grail has a heavy weight on his shoulders here, because I think Tomato's going to need a lot of time to ramp up his items. We've been seeing a lot of Falcon Blade Maelstrom from Troll Warlords. Looks like he's got those items queued up to phase, or no, just phase Sage's Mask. I'm totally down to not buy the full Falcon Blade. I think it's kind of a meme on this hero. I don't think he needs all that mana regen. Toss into tower from Zephyr. Bottom lane, Dubu is
Has to get the
Undying.
soul
He's
rip.
Undying.
Yeah.
He's not going to die. It's in the name.
They're Undying.
Sure. Everyone
they're
will
all-
die. They do have a
they're
sentry
team
bottom on Undying side, so that means 23 Savage can't be as aggressive as he would like to be.
Yep. So far, the Zephyr Tiny working out. 4 Tiny has just disappeared, but when it was a thing, Zephyr was just spamming this every single game. He is one of the best 4-position Tinies in the Southeast Asian region. So no surprise to kind of see him at least test its viability here at TI.
I think if Tiny's going to be first picked all the time and the opponent really looks to counter it, I think Undying is one of the hardest heroes for Tiny to play against because he saps your strength and then the consistent slows from the Undying zombies and you don't ever attack the tomb. You have to be willing to flex it, I think, at some point in the tournament. And I like that if this far in, you know, you've played 12 games already, that you're probably one of the first teams, if not the first, to make it support. I don't think I've seen it yet.
And even if they ultimately determine it's not worth playing as a 4, teams who draft against him in the future, when they see that Tiny, be like, oh, maybe it's going to be a support. They're going to second guess. There's always those mind games when it comes to TI.
Yeah, them winning this would go a long way to the power of their first pick Tiny.
Yep.
Winning all 3 lanes so far on Undying,
Yeah.
CS-wise.
Yeah, Lena, I guess, expected at least to have a bit of an edge against a Crosswex Invoker. And Brawl definitely lane stage, one of his, I'd say, strengths as a player. Always has been, as he's looking for that kill on Carl. 1 or 2 more right clicks, and he might have
God,
it.
he's
Brawl
so-
wants to
so
die
aggressive.
for it. Woo!
Wow.
The creeps. He had bottle charges, so he's fine here. Carl used up all his mana and health here. He's got the quest, so he's going to be slowly regenning with the help of the Tengos as well.
That was crazy. Brow was getting cold snapped and just hitting him the entire time. He was tanking like 4 creeps and a cold snap, and Carl was like fighting back. And that was like a brawl to the death. Last man standing is Carl here with the sustain from the Quas.
Yep. For Brawl, though, he knew he had that bounty rune to fall back on for the bottle refill, so he'll be pushed out of the lane for a little bit, but he'll maybe only miss a CS or 2 at most.
Ooh, I like this, by the way, on Whitemon. He has gone for a Quelling Blade on support Jakiro, and during this pause has stunned Moonmeander by
Fell
cutting
out
his
of
tree.
a tree.
Yeah, he
Colon,
cut-
stunned. I never realized that's what the tool did.
Fell out of a tree, colon, or semicolon, stunned. That's great. I like how it's his emblem of his spell, but it is a debuff. That's really cool. I've never seen that before.
Yeah.
I've never had it pause where you like take the time to read the description.
Yeah.
This game has it's still in beta. It's still very fresh.
No, I don't want that change, Brad. That needs
You wanna
stay.
leave that?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
That is the quality.
how
that-
the hell better can that be described?
Exactly. That's just,
Semicolon, stunned.
they're grammatically correct, even. You
Yeah,
know?
that's beautiful.
Yeah, I
The
love
proper
it.
pause, like.
Yep.
Yeah, I like it. Oh, Moonmander's gonna get 2 creeps from this. Oh, never mind. Tomato says mine. I don't know about that 60 mana from Tomato in order to steal a CS from his support.
Bounty runes. That's not bounty. Water runes coming up, so
Zephyr.
yeah, wants to deny it from Brawl, but Brawl's
Not
going to
worth
get
it,
there
looks
in
like.
time.
Yeah, he's gonna take a lot of damage for that if he
Yeah.
does it.
Yeah, he was hoping maybe if Brawl gets greedy and doesn't go for the water rune
Saberlight
immediately.
forced a TP here. Almost going
yeah,
down.
wow.
Had to TP base. Yeah, Weaver's a lane griefer. That's just what the hero does. He's like, if you're an off-lane player, you hate laning against Weaver. You're like, man, this carry player just wants me to lose my lane. That's all. There's not very many carries that fit that description, but Weaver is the ultimate for sure. He's going for the Falcon Blade, for the mana regen, queuing up the Treads Maelstrom. Pretty standard carry Weaver build. I would love to see a Gleipnir of his own this game. It's so good against Pango. Even just Lina once the BKB's down. Troll, you're going to force him to pop his ultimate, maybe a BKB as well. They don't have any heroes that like dispel the Gleipnir conveniently. So I would like to see that.
Zephyr knows the Dubu ways. He knows that he loves to stack and play this hard 5, so he's coming in, messing up.
That's actually why they probably put him here.
Oh, the
Probably
timing.
why they put the tiny
Okay.
bottom. Sorry for interrupting you there.
Yeah,
I
no,
just
that's
realized
fine.
I'm like,
Oh,
I would not
go
want to
ahead.
do this as a Jakiro.
Yeah.
I would not want to follow
Oh.
the Undying around as Jakiro, right? I want to stay in lane.
Yeah, I mean, Jakiro wouldn't have boots if he's a safe lane support, whereas Zephyr just starts with boots, so he's got that extra mobility.
Yeah, that's really cool. I didn't think about that at all. Those are the little things that, like you mentioned, yeah, they know exactly how Dubu likes to play as the support Undying. Very cool.
Bit of a rotation on the mid lane. Carl could be in some trouble. Goes for the Ghost Walk. Jump in, jump out from Moon Meander. As Whitemon doesn't go for any kind of counterplay. Does have 2 points in the dual breath, but won't find anything.
I feel like they just babysit their cores really well. Last game we saw 23 Savage getting dove, and then Whitemon just TP'd, or not Whitemon, Zephyr just TP'd and cookied him to safety. And like these little death saves that they have, like just salving him up Carl there so he's ready to go again. Seems like a really important part of the way T1 plays.
T1 do a good job securing the power room, but they don't have the best mid hero to make use of it. It is a DD, so that maybe they can poke at this mid T1 tower. But most importantly, they deny it from Lina, who was pushed back to base.
Yeah, that's really important. I think Carl would have almost certainly died if a DD rune was in the Lina's hands. They fort to keep the catapult alive.
Nice.
A lot of pressure here from this DD.
Yeah.
Invoker actually hits for 160 now with the Wex attack speed.
Dying bring both supports to try and defend this one, but they got to be a little bit careful.
Nice
toss back from Zephyr. Does manage to drop the tombstone as Bryle takes out Zephyr, so it's a 1-for-1 for now. They're going to kill this tomb.
125.
And with Cuckoo, he rotates in on the Nature's Prophet, so with the tree and see if they can pressure this tower. Moon leaps into a tornado. I think he was trying to Primal Spring in and then leap back to a tree, but the tornado was ready for him. Luckily, he barely survives.
This tower, though, they've got the liquid fire, already have 2 point, or 1 point only, but still.
And yeah, they have to continue TPing in. Saberlight even TPs in. They are dead sound defending. That's a level 5 Pango. Ditching his lane to come and defend a tier 1. So I think T1 say, okay, damage has been done. That's pretty good for us. Let's back off. They don't want to let these side lane heroes, particularly this troll, get too much uncontested free farm.
Yeah, Pango just has no lane against Weaver is the thing. You see 39 to 13. I guess he's actually got 30 CS, surprisingly. That's more than I thought he would have. But if you look at his inventory, it doesn't really feel good. He's got Basilia's brown boots. Going for the mana boots, that's actually a nice build since you put very few points in the lucky shot nowadays. Oh, that's a cool move by 23 Savage. He used his bugs and then time-lapsed in order to remove the damage from Saberlight. So that's cool. I like that maneuver there. Just winning the trades. He's not really scared of dying anytime soon.
Yeah.
I think you need probably 3 or 4 points in Boundless Strike for Moon Meander until Weaver is at threat. There's no way a Light Strike array is getting landed. No Linas are really going Yules anymore. They're pretty much just going bots BKB.
Yep.
Silver Edge. So maybe the Silver Edge, I guess, will be a good timing for Bryle to kill him. But until then, that's a long ways away.
Saberlight's hit level 6 now. Bit of aggression coming his way. See if he has to use that Rolling Thunder just to escape. May just be giving up his life here. Yep. Ubu not in range for any kind of a soul rip.
Laning against Weaver.
Tomato top. Should be okay here. Goes for a TP out and... Ooh.
Oh! Didn't go for the blind one.
Yeah. Made it out pretty comfortably in the end. At least half a second ahead of the Ice Path. As back mid, they're once again trying to pressure this mid T1 tower. EMP is there as Moon Meander goes charging in, looking to get Carl. Ice Path does clip the Lina, but maybe Cuckoo. He TP'd into this one. He's a bit out of position. Carl needs to bail him out, but his spell's still on cooldown. No tornado. And Cuckoo will go down to Saberlight's Pangolier appearing with a Rolling Thunder. So a lot of heroes playing around, committing to defending this T1 mid tower on the Undying side.
I would like to see 23 Savage pressuring bottom tower a little bit more, because he's got the lane to himself consistently. But I understand that when there's a big camp as a carry, you always want to hit it. But they've just got so many areas of pressure going elsewhere that if he also applies pressure, it might just be too overwhelming for Undying to ever bring the resources, as Carl's going to continue pushing mid, and Cuckoo's just coming right back.
They're dead set on getting this T1 mid. I think this will be the final straw for this T1 mid tower. We'll see if they get any kind of deny. It doesn't look like it. Nobody can get near without risking their life. And now Zephyr gets another toss back. This is the Zephyr special. Mentioned it before. He is so good at making these plays. And bottom
23
lane.
Savage, meanwhile, just dove Saberlight.
Solo kill. One of the Pangolier.
He might TP base and salve himself in time-lapse. That would be hype. Please do it. Or is he just going to go back to... Okay, he's just going to let himself regen. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to buy the Javelin. It's a cool move whenever people do it, but... Okay, we see another move top.
Trying to ultimate, but not going to happen. And now he realizes his fate. Well executed rotation. T1 looking very clean in this game and also game 1.
Cold Snap just really powerful against everybody on Undying.
Yeah.
And this was, I believe, first round Invoker, if I recall.
Mm-hmm.
So, a little odd there. It's just an amazing... Like, anybody he finds with Cold Snap Tornado is probably going to die, because you've got probably Tiny running around the map, as well as the Nature's Prophet to always TP in.
I'm curious, Troll kind of free farming so far as well as the Weaver. How does this game look for the Troll? Is it the kind of game where it can win the game for a Team Undying?
My issue is that you're going to have a Weaver who just doesn't get messed with very much. He's very content being alone for probably the next 15 minutes of the game, and Troll is going to have to buy BKB and fight his way onto the map. So if Tomato can get to BKB without dying and win a fight off of it, he's feeling really nice. But it's similar to the first game where when Bryle died once, it looked really bad after that. I think if Tomato dies once, the game's going to look really bad after that. So, like, the thing about Weaver that's so awesome as a carry is you just don't lose your safe lane tower. And your team never has to come protect your safe lane tower. And it allows your team to do exactly what you're seeing T1 do here, where they're just playing Undying's part of the map, and they're consistently having to fend them off. No root from Tomato. Buy a root, please. It's 18%. He hit him twice. Do the math, people. I don't know what it is. Probably 30% or so. And then you just see 23 Savage on the other hand, right? Like, Troll's being forced into his own jungle, hanging out with his team, while 23 Savage is just taking his ancient, like, taking his triangle.
He's using this great vision that his team's got on the ward here. They're doing the old Ice Prophet trick where you send these treants in for scouting, but also to maybe block camps from spawning.
They've got the the Radiant Sentry, by the way. That blocks Ancients, doesn't it? Yeah, they missed it. They missed the D ward.
But at the same time, Undying not even trying to farm that triangle of camps, at least not at the time being.
It's because of Weaver, and then the mid tower's gone, so it actually doesn't feel that safe.
Gets caught by a Cold Snap Spirit Vessel. Could be in some trouble here. Manages to turn around, goes for the slow here. The toss in, Carl doesn't have the damage for the kills. Moonmeander has gone for a Wukong's here. They're going to force T1 back, and they get him with the Rolling Thunder before the TP out. Saberlight tips Cuckoo mid-roll. They've got two, and that's the fight Undying have been looking for some time.
That's absolutely what they need. Nothing happening in the game will 100% favor T1. So if they need to battle. They need to battle on the side of Undying to get out of their side of the map. They're going to find out pretty soon that their Ancients are blocked. Maybe Dubu will also get a D ward of the hill at the same time. Tomato's going to be really sad to see that his Ancients have been farmed and they will not be coming back. That's the worst feeling as a carry. You respawn, or he had to go back to base because of that fight. And the thing is, they win this fight, right? But Troll had to go base. Like, look at his health and mana at the top. He TP's bottom in live action here.
Yep.
And the issue is since there's no space to go on the map for Undying, it's really obvious where you're going to go.
Cuckoo returning the tip. Saberlight tipped him mid-rolling thunder, and
it started with Cuckoo earlier, by the way. He tipped him first. They tipped,
all right. They're in a bit of a tip
Saberlight when he got solo killed by 23 Savage.
So they've got a little bit of a beef building up here.
Yeah, a little bit of mind games.
Two teams
trash talking.
I feel like these two teams would be pretty friendly to each other. You know, they're both kind of those scrappy underdog teams that are looking to, fight their way. Right now, they're heavy rivals, obviously, fighting over those upper bracket slots. As bottom lane Zephyr pushes a bit too far up, and Undying are going to punish.
You haven't played a game of Dota if you haven't been tipped when you get solo killed, you know?
Oh, yeah.
You got to be mentally prepared for that one. I'm sure Saberlight's doing it in good fun. He's like, yeah, if you're gonna shit talk me, I'll get you right back.
I don't think there's any bad blood in that. Some of the other tips we've seen, maybe there's been a little. In some of the other games.
It's usually when there's like history,
yeah.
between the players. I don't think there's any like bad blood history going on here. Bryle, pretty speedy, but he uses the Light Strike Array early. You saw that he tried to use it on the Sprout, so that was really good patience from Cuckoo. So like a little bit of really high level mind games between the two of them there.
Savage, they see him, they get a nice 2-hero Boundless Strike into Wukong, but 23 Savage can just Kuchi on out of this one. Avatos combo gets moved low and bursts him down, so no more Wukong, and Saberlight, he's gonna be careful. This Weaver can just kind of chase him down and get a couple more right clicks off. Has got the Shield Crash and Swashbuckle.
Oh, that was nice to go up the hill. That was nice.
You know, he's up there. They go for the Blind Ice Path just to make sure he's not TPing out, and he doesn't have one, so I think he's dead. Great defense from T1.
They're just so fast around the map. They have Sakuchi, they have Quaswex Invoker, and they have Nature's Prophet. So they will be everywhere. You have to be prepared. I think Undying is a little bit overzealous there diving. You will get the entire squad.
Yeah.
Like that's just T1's lineup. You have to be fast, and it has to be smooth. And if you're against Weaver, he's just gonna Sakuchi away.
Yep.
Also, the armor from Wukong's isn't that great because Weaver's predominantly like his damage items the Maelstrom. So pretty underwhelming defense there.
Yeah, it felt like they just got a bit too excited because they saw them from the trees. They get a 2-hero boundless, but the follow-up is just like, yeah, if Lena's there for like an LSA combo, but that's not the case.
Oh, I said I would have really liked Gleipnir from 23 Savage, and they've got one queued up on Kook. First item Gleipnir. It's actually going to be terrifying. I've played against first item Nature's Prophet, Gleipnir, and just it's crazy because he just TPs behind you, and then you guys are like on the retreat, and they don't have a way to deal with this until BKBs. Bryle, he's working on one, but he's going to have to pop a BKB for a lot of different things. You know, you're scared of the Tiny, you're scared of just Invoker cold snapping you, something that's Gleipnir. You can't have BKB for like 7 different things. You can only use it once. 23 Savage queuing up the Dragonlance, so he doesn't feel the need to go BKB, which feels really nice for him. He's pretty tanky. 1800 HP with Strange Treads on.
Here come Undying. They want to, you mentioned, they can't just sit back. That favors T1, so they're looking to make their next move down bottom with a Blink Pangolier. 23 Savage shows himself here. They're going to blink in. They catch the Weaver. Is the follow-up song going to be there? He time-lapses out. Nice predictive play from 23 just to, even on full health, use a time-lapse to get away from any kind of chain stun.
He missed the Boundless Strike. I think he needed to be a bit more patient on the meter there. He tried to set up the Pangolier roll, but the Pangolier had Blink, so he didn't need to set up the Pangolier roll.
And unfortunately, just an awkward area to find like that chain stun from the roll. There's not really much to bounce off these little frosty things.
Yeah. I think Zephyr probably could have tossed him to safety as well, so there were a lot of options for T1 there, and they're going to immediately smoke out because they don't want to get pinned. On the bottom side of the map, they scanned, they know somebody's here, but it was just Moon Meander who's already on his way out. Midas queued up for Carl. He's almost got it. He's just going to be running around, so it's really important. Pretty much.
See him? Oh. Turned around right as he went for the Boundless Strike. Nothing happened. We didn't see anything.
Oh, I actually didn't see it.
Oh, no.
Was there like an attempt at a Boundless Strike that missed?
Yeah, I don't actually know if he was going for a kill. It was just like a Tiny's running as I went Boundless Strike and then maybe run away, but Tiny decided to run away on his own accord.
Yeah, if you look at the two drafts, like the tower pressure from T1 was just immense. Like even the Jakiro support, and they've applied it so well. They're up by 3K and they're up by 3 towers. All 3 tier 1. Oh, they're up by 2 towers. Never mind. Bottom tier 1 is gone, but that's like the easy one to take. While usually the safe lane tower bottom or the off lane tower doesn't get taken. As like Undying, trying to make something happen, but like you said, they keep wanting it to happen, but T1's like. I feel like they're picking their battles very carefully.
Yep. For a second, Cuckoo started casting his teleport to come to the Ancients, and then he canceled it. Feels like they know something's up here. They drop a sentry as if they know that their triangle had been invaded, and now, they get the Observer. That nice Ice Pouch catches the Lina. Bryle in trouble. He doesn't have his BKB yet. The Rolling Thunder from Sableye is going to come in, but they've already lost Bryle. What a move from T1. They recognized exactly where Undying had made their smoke to. They got down the necessary vision and hit the perfect Ice Path initiation. Sick plays from White One.
Yeah, Kugu's got that Gleipnir coming out in 70 gold. So all these heroes that are running away and TPing out, that's not going to happen anymore. So that's a big one there. They've got Pango bottom getting set up on. Kuku's got the Atos. He's got no roll. Well, yeah, he's dead.
No escape for him, and
you can show on one creep wave, and then once you've killed that creep wave, you can't show anymore because you will just die.
Moon thinks he can show a little bit in the mid lane, but instantly gets jumped on as well. T1 going from kill to kill, a bit faster paced than last game.
I love to see T1 playing this way. I don't think I've seen them play this way in the 6 games we've casted. It's nice to see multi-dimensional, like they're ready to punish a passive playstyle.
Yeah. It's definitely been much more of the let's pick 23 Savages, Medusa, and whatnot. And even their offlaner and mids have been very greedy, like mid Dooms and offlane Dooms.
I think this Weaver carry, where like most teams, I'm pretty sure Undying was like 99% sure it was Weaver 4, Tiny 1 in the draft. I'm pretty sure this Weaver carry swap was game winning. It's only because it changes the pace of the game, right? Because Tiny wants to wait until 20 minutes with the Echo Saber, Shadow Blade, Shard, BKB, while Weaver starts his action super early. And it made Saberlight's game non-existent because of how many times he was pressured bottom. And he, like, if you look at the net worths of the course, like Saberlight's just it's hurt.
And it's not like Tiny as a 4 has felt at all underwhelming. This 4 Tiny has been very impactful.
It was such a free Weaver game that he didn't really need a support in the lane. So like this 4 Tiny, who's generally going to be weak in the first few levels, that weakness was not able to be exploited by Undying as they go again. Zephyr support Tiny. Oh my god!
No, that's so demoralizing.
Give him the I was gonna say give it to him, man. Keep it PMA, keep it BSJ. Give it to him right there. You can rely on this guy.
Oh yeah,
he's PMA right now.
That's gotta hurt. I feel like that's like 3 back-to-back smokes. Undying, they know this game's slipping away. They got to make these moves now, and it's just not quite working for them every single time. Maybe like make sure they're not in the Roshan pit. T1 have other ideas. They're just playing the farm game. They're playing the full map. One hero farming and pushing mid, one bottom. Enemy Ancients, their own jungle, their own Ancients. Just very efficient gameplay from T1.
Yeah, my issue with the Undying draft is that all 3 of their cores need a little bit of babysitting. And when you have 3 cores that need babysitting, they're either going to sit together and not farm, or they're going to get picked off one at a time, because you can't babysit all of them. And that's kind of what's been happening, is they've been attempting to move out on the map. But, you know, we saw Bryle fighting before his BKB at the Radiant Ancients. You see Saberlight getting forced out of bottom lane. He's hanging out with the team here. It just feels really awkward. Tomato's got BKB, so it is time for him to lead the charge. They also have Bryle BKB. If there's a time, it's now. Mid-tower seems to be the objective, but Zephyr is just clearing the wave. That is so obnoxious.
Yep. Again and again. And they've got all these heroes that can push wave. Jakiro goes bottom. They've got Nature's Prophet who can push out waves very easily and safely if you just want to use the treant. So very frustrating to make these, you know, you want to make these 4-man, 5-man smoke moves and suddenly all your lanes are getting pushed in.
Yeah, one concept I never really thought about until I casted with Aoi is that the idea of like side lane heroes. Heroes that are side laners are like elusive heroes that kind of catch you off guard. While in the mid lane, there's pretty much all the information in the world. The river's like very open. It's hard to sneak up on anybody. And so Undying has a lot of side lane heroes. Like the Monkey King, he's never going to stun you in the river. Same with Pango. And so I have a hard time believing they're ever going to be able to get out on the map through mid lane. And the problem is that T1's also has really good side lane heroes. Invoker's an assassin hero. Tiny's going to be winding through the trees. Weaver. So I think they're going to get beat at their own game in this side lane Dota, and we're seeing T1 just run at them over and over.
They're fishing for this monkey. They'll get him with the avalanche. Moon, maybe a turnaround coming. Zephyr could have overstepped here. The Lina trying to burst him down. A couple more right clicks in the Dragon Slave. They'll get him.
No BKB yet on this Prophet.
Cuckoo being rolled on. Yeah, he's a little bit short. He may be a second casualty. Not a bad. Woohoo! At Ice Path into Tornado. Oh, that's huge, but Cuckoo's still going to die for it. They just don't have the damage to follow it up. That was so beautiful looking, but they didn't have the damage.
Honestly, they have no troll BKB, and there's a DD top, and they scouted it with a tree. I'm pretty sure they just kill Roche with this. So the thing about Dota is you can get all the kills you want, 2-0 for Undying, but I think this is going to net an objective for T1, which it's just not how you get back in the game. It's a start. You have to do it. It's important that they caught Cuckoo before his BKB. But I don't think it's going to mean much in the grand scheme of things here, as they're going to take Roche.
Straight on in.
Alacrity plus DD. He could A-click somebody on the map and draw aggro from this bug. Do it! Draw aggro from the bug! No! Let the bug die. Okay, player with highest net worth at 25 was 23 Savage by a hair. Wasn't exactly convincing.
Was that our prediction?
Player with highest total magic damage at 10 minutes. That was also our prediction. Bryle, we're 2 for 2. Roche going towards 23 Savage. He can play like a god now. He's unkillable.
He's charging forward. He knows Not much that can kind of scare him.
BKB,
Dubu
pretty
does
early.
get off the tombstone on the side here. They found Zephyr. They are just so frustrated by this Tiny. They're focusing so much on him.
They did counter him.
Yeah.
And that is why he's a support.
Rolling Thunder just for the 4 Tiny. But you've kind of mentioned it like even last fight. It's like you just got to take what you can get at this point if you're Undying.
They have no BKB on 23 Savage, and they do have the BKB on Tomato, so this is why they're not mid lane heroes. Like mid lane heroes like Jakiro, ones that can clear the wave from really far away, and you don't have to reveal yourself. It's like there's the information's all there, but you just don't put yourself in a position to ever get gone on. T1's doing an amazing job because earlier we saw they wanted to group up for mid, and Zephyr just cleared it with Avalanche Toss, and now you're seeing Whitemon do it with his ultimate. So the thing is, it's like as Undying's lineup, unless you have Blink Roll from the Pango, how do you actually kill these supports who are just sending their nukes from long range and backing off? I don't think you can deal with it. But they're farming both side lanes again. We see Moon Meander potentially setting up for Tomato here, while Saberlight's doing his own thing, and now he's connected to his team through mid.
But this high ground ward here, they seem to know it's there. Good heads up play from T1 is 23 Savage.
He's got the Basher.
Yep, Boundless Strike to lead things off. The Rolling Thunder not going to work against the BKB though. Good safe play from 23 Savage. Just says he has the Aegis, but he just wants to commit the BKB to get out of there safely.
Yeah, he is having some sustain issues on Weaver. He's kind of consistently sitting at like half HP or less, which makes it pretty limiting of his aggression. I almost would like to just see him go base here. Yeah, he's going base. Okay, good. You don't feel that doesn't feel good, but you gotta do it. You gotta do it. He's got 3 minutes on Aegis.
Okay.
Scotty's probably gonna come out like right at the end.
They'll grab some tier 3 neutral items and maybe try to take a fight with the Aegis. See what T1 have in mind as Undying themselves, just like, okay, we zone this Weaver away, let's just keep on farming. Wait this Aegis out, farm the lanes. But here come T1. They're smoked up, looking to make the next big move.
BKB on Carl. 4 staff on Zephyr. That's actually really important against like the Wukongs and Undying Tombstone. Just disengage from the roll.
Good position from Dubu. Well, tanks the smoke gang. Does throw out the tomb. That's going to feed a bit of extra gold, but not the biggest deal.
I think that was his job. I don't think there's much else.
Yep.
They don't want to fight on Undying, so if they don't know where T1 is, somebody has to find out.
Ooh, went for the toss back, didn't quite land it, but on the back lines, it is going to be the Nature's Prophet just TPing in with the BKB, and Bryle just dies.
He didn't BKB the ice
to
pack.
Cuckoo. As 23 Savage doesn't really want to fight Moon in the Wukongs, maybe going to wait for that one to wear off. He's still kind of playing around the back of this fight, looking to deal with the troll, as the chase elsewhere is on for the Pingaleer, who gets Gleipnired up, meteored.
The Vlad's lifesteal on the swashbuckle. Oh. XD says Cuckoo in all chat.
Is there some beef here? We thought it was all friendly, but all these Saberlight tips and Cuckoo XD, maybe there's like, some pub game beef or something. Who knows?
That might be the most accurate application of Kyle's voice line. You talking to me?
Yeah.
With the XD.
Yeah. I was wondering, they both play the same role. Maybe like they meet in the pub and they're like fighting over. I want to play.
Yeah,
this game
maybe
or
that's
something.
what happened, and then like one of them failed to do it, and the
Yeah.
other guy was salty. Yeah, that could easily happen.
Not like real beef, just like a. Oh man, you ruined this pub game where I want to play offlane or something, so I'm going to tip you now.
Yeah, I'd had some beef with Leo Style, and I apologized to him at the event, and I think I might have thrown him off. They're not doing so hot, but it's fine. I hope we're cool with Leo Style. As Tomato, that doesn't look like a build if you're enjoying your game as Troll Warlord. Blink Nullifier? I can understand what he's going for.
Yeah.
You just, as a troll, you want to go like mana items, like Satanic and S and Y. But he's in this spot where he's feeling like he's having a tough time hitting people, and so the blinks to get on top of him and the nullifiers to prevent them from running away. I totally get it, but it doesn't sound enjoyable, I guess you could say. He's gonna have mana issues. I actually don't know what he does for mana. Troll's got one of the worst end gains in all of Dota. He's got, I think, 1. It's, just a flat 1 end gain. So he has no mana to work with. The Nullifier costs 75 mana. Bryle going for the Shadow Blade. He's almost got it. Yep. The thing is, Weaver is so good against these Shadow Blade builders because once you get the shards, it reveals you an invis. The bugs, yeah.
Yep.
And he does lose the Aegis. 23 Savage. It's out.
And always nice when you see it, there's this important shard, and you're like, oh, second Roche, it's coming up, in next 3 to 5 minutes.
Part of what I think makes Weaver so good this patch is that pretty much every hard-hitting carry in the game wants to go Shadowblade, and
Yeah.
Weaver's the only carry that can conveniently detect you.
You get the Avalanche toss, followed up with an Ice Path, but he gets the BKB off.
Oh, they're going to
Now
fight.
they're going to, turn and go on Zephyr now. Gets the root, and Zephyr is likely just going to die. He gets the Force Staff away at the last second, and that's going to be enough to save him as the
So
chase
his
is
ultimate on Troll if he
Saberlight.
gets it off. Oh, he got it off!
Oh!
Oh!
He's life-stealing now.
Oh,
He wants
or
Carl.
Sprout
1 2 more
easy.
and clicks. He's going to get him. Tomato. He's turned this fight around for his team. Cuckoo going to be next. They've got 3. Undying have found the magical fight.
Now that's
To turn
a
this
positive
game
take right
around.
there. Good job, Ralph. Team morale.
Yeah. Game like this, approaching that kind of must-win status to make upper bracket.
I want to look at his inventory right now on Tomato and give props to the most value Helm of Iron Will in the history of Dota 2. As he is going to live with, what, like 50 health when he gets this ultimate off?
So here again, Saberlight does a good job of finishing off that first kill, and then he comes back to hit some additional stuns and lockdown while the Troll narrowly survives.
Wow.
And they get a tier 1 mid, they get a tier 2 mid. Huge gold swing. Huge
What is happening?
team fight for Undying.
That's exactly what they needed. I think, man, T1, you want to be aggressive because you're so far ahead, but that's like the only way. Overcommitting into Wukong's Tombstone. That's like the only way you're going to lose fights when you're that far ahead. But now the game's they're not that far ahead anymore. Nullifier is a constant dispel. Probably people haven't seen this item very much, and it dispels continuously over the course of 5 seconds. And now Force Staff is dispellable. So you cannot Force Staff away from him anymore if he nullifies you. So that's the idea. You can't go Scepter, you can't Yule Scepter, you can't Force Staff. What other items do they have here? They're going another Force Staff on Whitemon. That's it, but I mean, even Force Staffs, you saw, it almost kept Tiny alive there. I guess that's why he built it. And I like this item, by the way, from Moonmeander. He's going for a Force Staff of his own because we saw Tomato. He's going to be Sprout-easy if you don't get him out of those trees.
Yeah.
And there's a talent for Nature's Prophet now at level
it's
20. 75% miss chance for sprouted units. He's going to take it, right?
I believe it's so good.
It's so good against Lina, too, right? Any ranged hero
Yeah.
in the
Hold it.
Sprout?
He's thinking about it for now.
No!
Oh,
Oh, my God. I actually can't believe he didn't take
okay.
it.
8 armor's
It's
decent
a lot of
and
armor, but I thought
yeah.
for sure he was going to take the Sprout miss
75%
chance.
mischance, yeah.
You've got 2 right-clicking cores that are pretty easy to sprout, so
Yep.
pretty surprised there. Tomato.
23 Savage thinking about poking his nose up this high ground. Next Roshan in a minute and a half. That's going to be crucial for both these two teams to play around. Undying going to go for a smoke. Yeah, it's not scouted by anything. A lot of summons, but they don't see that one as Lina Bra going to show himself in the mid lane. Maybe caught wind of 23 Savage. Might have smoke pops though, and 23 Savage was invis, so now they know what's going on here, and T1 can react and assemble themselves around this Roche Pit area, as it looks like Undying is going to have to disengage. Maybe this is where we look for a re-smoke or for T1 to smoke themselves, because this is so crucial to win this next fight.
I think he needs to go the Blink Dagger or the Shadow Blade, because if they smoke and they find Weaver, it's like, okay, that's not going to work. And they don't really have anyone else to catch him. I mean, I guess Pango's like, okay, he's actually got a Basher on Saberlight, so these BKBs are losing value. I guess that's the idea behind the Scotty, is he wants to further counter the BKBs. But I think an item that allows him to get, like, that last fight, the only reason he was able to dish so much damage was because T1 committed onto him. I don't think they're going to make that mistake again. I think he has to bring himself to them instead. So Shadow Blade or Blink, I would like a lot. Let's see, what other big items? Oh, roll.
Coming top, they find the Invoker. They start things off the roll. Saberlight uses the shard to turn things around, and they get Carl. A pretty big pickoff. He's dead for 70 seconds with Roche alive. He may be forced to buy back.
Yeah, they have Vlad's Troll. Like,
Yeah.
they're gonna take it.
They have good ways to scout the pit. And uh-oh.
He has
Perhaps
force
a
staff.
mistake. Can he
Moon
get
mana? Oh,
out
he
of
force
there,
staff.
Moon? Oh, no.
Wait,
He
what?
had a gem, too. I
Oh, wait,
believe
no,
he
he
dropped the
didn't have
gem.
the force staff, yeah.
They put the tombstone on the high ground. They want to fight this one. Buybacks from both Monkey and Invoker. The chase is on. Saberlight's got to be careful. He's got no more Rolling Thunder. He may just go down. There's a Tornado impedes there. But he gets out.
High ground tombstone.
Yep. Tombstone is just absolutely slowing down everyone. 23 Savage finally trying to focus it down, but he's just not able to hit it. It's still got some health left. The zombies.
The bugs for vision. Oh, that's annoying.
Using that roll up so effectively on the Pangolier in these fights.
Yeah, but now they don't have... Do they have... Okay, so they still have BKB Troll. They don't have BKB Lina. He's going to have Satanic. That's really good this game because they don't have Burst other than Tiny Combo. And he's going to be stuck standing his ground a lot. And I really think Cuckoo, at the end of this game, even if they win, is going to regret not taking that 75% mischance on Sprouted units. I'm pretty sure it would have killed Bryle at some point in this game, but we'll see. Because he's going to stand his ground, he's going to Satanic, and he's going to need to hit people to get his... Oh! Bryle. He fell out of tree, semicolon stunned by Bryle.
I was like, what am I looking at here?
Yeah, he light striker raid just to keep his stacks up right as Moonmeander jumped on the trees.
Saw Moon coming for his creeps.
Yeah, he's like, oh, that's my big camp.
You gotta send a message sometime. Very true. See if T1, it feels like Undying, the one making all these plays, and at some point T1 maybe have to consider themselves becoming the aggressors. They grouped up to some extent here, but Voker elsewhere on the map looking to farm up a Scythe of Vice, perhaps.
Yeah, this is a game now, though.
Buyback. Yeah.
This is a game, because you're up by 4K, but you've also got Carrie Weaver, who is meant to be up, you know. And Troll is #1 net worth now on Tomato. I would say this game's, I'd say 50-50. What does Gaben say? Go to the graphs. It is 58% T1, so pretty close to 50-50 here.
Dying. Maybe underdogs, but they came into this TI as underdogs and have already shown up and surprised a number of people, I imagine. Before this series, there was 7-3, I believe, or 8-4 or something.
Can I just say that the comeback mechanic in Dota right now is pretty insane? Because we saw what happened in the early game, right? Saberlight, he's out leveling 23 Savage with just these like few comeback kills. I feel like the comeback experience in Dota is like when you were winning by 7K and now you're only winning by 4K, you're probably even or losing in levels. They're actually losing in XP on the side. Like Undying has the XP advantage.
Yeah.
So that's pretty crazy.
Yeah, it seems like that when you're behind, you get a lot. They've nerfed the comeback gold a lot, but yeah, comeback XP is still very much there. And Sunstruck on the high ground, gonna get some mine a little bit low.
There's like something tilting about playing carry and having like supports or offlaners out leveling you just because they killed you once. I mean, 23 Savage hasn't even died yet. I can speak. It's 5-0-4.
Weaver in the pit, forcing this Roshan. Saberlight goes in just to scout it out and then swashbuckles away. He knows it's going on now. Rolling Thunder in the pit, always scary. They throw out the Wukong's command. Are they going to go for this? Can they time this one? 23 Savage go. They're all a little bit too late.
Got the shard, Saberlight.
Yep. 23 Savage gets bashed up by the swashbuckle. 4-staff away. They're just on full retreat, and we'll see if Undying want to chase. They probably don't, with the tombstone being committed in the pit. And Aegis already snagged. They may just back up and play a bit more defensively for the time being.
Yeah, Troll Warlord gets the shard now. I don't think I could possibly act as excited about this shard as Sunsfan was in his other cast. I don't know if you saw that. He legit talked about this shard in an excited tone for about 2 minutes. Yeah, it's basically his old ultimate.
Yeah.
But if he's in ranged form, I believe it gives status resistance. But if he's in melee form, it gives attack speed. You can toggle it back and forth, is how Sunsfan sounded when he talked about it. I tried.
Very cool. Very cool.
Yeah, very, very cool. Yeah, so I mean, it's a free net worth, 1,400 gold. So yes, they did get Aegis on 23 Savage, but he definitely needs a damage item. He's queuing up the Nullifier. What is that good against? Lina doesn't have anything. You can't purge Satanic anymore. Saberlight doesn't have anything. I guess just the Force Staff. Just the Force Staff. I don't know if that's the item. I don't think there's anything else to dispel. I don't think people are really running away from him. I'd love to just see like a Daedalus or a Mjolnir, something like that.
We'll see if he changes his mind over time. Maybe you saw the troll with the Nullifier. It's like, I like that item. I want one of those.
I don't really get kited on Weaver, though.
Weaver. What's the plan here? T1 up only 4K gold. And we're 40 plus minutes in. That kind of a gold difference means absolutely nothing.
Say it again now.
That's my gamer joke for the day.
So let's see. I worry for the Weaver's ability to do damage. I think they're kind of just going to ignore him. They have the sheep done on Carl. That's a big pickup.
Yeah.
It was very difficult for them.
Scouted him by it at least, but yeah.
It was very difficult for them to prevent the BKBs and the roll. Like, they have a lot of control on T1, but it's not a lot of instant control that can't be BKB dodged. So, like, we've seen the Ice Path land a few times from Fog, but that's not really reliable. So this sheep is a pretty huge pickup for Carl.
You were a bit critical last game of the Lincoln's pickup by Tomato. This time around we get a Lincoln's on Lena. I feel like this fits a bit better, or
maybe he saw the sheep
Hex
stick being built.
Yeah.
If that's the case, I'm down for it. The thing about last game was Tomato could still die. While I think if he gets his BKB off on Lena, he will not die.
Tomato, they may go on him here. They Ice Path to start things off. They get followed up with a tiny combo, and they blow him up before he can ulti. Saberlight's Rolling Thunder couldn't turn things around as Dubu goes for a TP out, but there's too much damage and an Ice Path. As Undying lose 2, they did get the tiny in return. Lena unloading and doing some good damage there.
Yeah, maybe his idea was to also maybe put it on Tomato there, but I don't think he quite had his Lincolns prior to that. The sheep already paying insane dividends there, as that was exactly what cost them the last fight, was not being able to burst the troll. Just that extra little bit of disabled. No buyback, 57 seconds. They don't know that though.
Yeah.
So they'll take it slow.
Anticipate always a potential as they don't want to go
poke.
diving too deep here. They take out most of the tier 3 tower. Can they bring it down entirely? 23 Savage stills and ages. They're going to pop it.
That was really good
Carl?
poke by Undying.
Yeah.
They're not committing anything to this.
It's got a Aegis mostly uncontested. It was expiring in about a minute, so I don't think T1 are at all bothered by the Aegis, just being taken for nothing, but they don't get the tier 3 tower. They don't really get much after winning that fight. It's still a very neck-and-neck game, and
Yeah.
Undying now have fully learned and must understand how to play into this Scythe of Vice. They need to come up with perhaps a new approach to these team fights.
Yeah, I think it's really important that T1 takes this top tier 2, because during the time where they're doing what they did bottom, normally Nature's Prophets will just TP to the other lane, the other side lane, and force reactions there, and then you're taking like a 5v4. And he can't do that because there's a tier 2 top. So really important, I think, if they can get that towards them ending the game. How many Roches did we predict? We predicted 3. So they're at 2.
Okay.
We had a pretty good idea here of how long this game was going to go. We were dealing with 2 very farm-heavy teams here.
We still need a lot more Avatos combos. We're 43 minutes in, there's only been 9.
Oh, come on, Zephyr.
My 19 plus is not looking too good.
Yeah. I lowered my prediction, so I'm feeling a bit better.
Yeah.
But this game, honestly, it's pretty difficult for both teams to end. They have a really good defense on both sides. A lot of poke and prod.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
So we got...
Stun, gonna look to force himself out, and
That's a gem.
Oh,
That's no joke. There's a gem in there.
okay. Not the outcome he was hoping for elsewhere. T1 still hunting Zephyr on the tiny. Who can he find? He's close to this troll. Oh, he does a
4-step
BKB.
into the toss.
Okay. Pops the BKB now. He's looking to fully run. He's being sprouted up. He's got no way out. Oh no. Tomato, he's being right-clicked down. 23 Savage. The Hex is there to follow it up. He did pop the ultimate, so he's a live bit long, but he's not life-stealing from anything. And 23 Savage will finish him off as soon as it expires. Zephyr's not done. He's going looking for more. Avalanche, tossed back. Is a Boundless Striker's Moon. It's perhaps a bit futile here. He pops the Wukongs, but instantly dies. And now they're going to catch Lena in a Ice Path as well. 23 Savage gets bashed, but it's not a whole lot he's worried about. Lena has a buyback, but Undying have suddenly found themselves in dire straits. And not a place they want to be.
My Roche prediction and Toss combo predictions are in shambles right now. As T1 has just blown this game wide open.
Oh,
I
well,
believe this was a 5k net worth lead 1 minute ago.
yeah.
I think.
You only need one more Avatos combo, it looks like.
Only
You
one
had
more?
You had 13, right?
Zephyr, buddy. Get in there, buddy. No, Zephyr, what are you doing?
He's got buyback.
Okay,
He
good.
buys back into the
Good.
game. Uh-oh. Chaos Meter is raining on down. Browse, Lena going to go down, and this may just be GG.
Leave some of them alive.
Pangolier, save
Keep
for
it
life.
PMA.
He's not even there.
Dude, come
So
on.
far away.
Oh my god.
GFG.
Oh, the
no,
DC
GG.
from Tomato.
Nice.
Oh, my
and the
god.
tips.
Woo-hoo-hoo. He's not even in
boy.
the game. Damn, there seems to be a little bit of saltiness.
Yeah. I wonder what that's. I vaguely recall. I don't know if it was Saberlight who made like some tweets about some of the SEA region or teams a while ago. Maybe it's related to that. I don't know, or it's just something from some pubs. Either way, a bit of spice added. So
I like a little bit of spice.
And these two teams fighting with that fourth slot. Hopefully, maybe we get to see a rematch again later on in the tournament. But yeah, a lot of fun. This series was great. T1 looked really good. Considering how they started there, they've bounced back. They were like what 0-4 and then 2-6.
Yes, they've won, I think 6 games in a row now.
Awesome.
So they went from 2-6 to 8-6. And big thing, real quick, just we've had a long day, but that puts both of these teams at 8-6. 3 teams are now at 8-6. 10-6 is almost guaranteed to get you to upper bracket. And T1's last opponent is Thunder Predator. So they're almost certainly going to go 10-6 because Thunder Predator is 0-14.
They pull off, like, the
if
shocker.
Thunder Predator is the
Oh my
spoiler,
God, that would be the biggest.
so T1 is setting up Thunder Predator to have the most impact on the standings that they could possibly have. But now Undying, though, they're going to be playing against EG. Undying versus EG. Basically a battle for 4th, 5th. Potentially.
And yeah, we're talking about all those teams who are 8-6, 2 teams 9-5, only 1 win ahead. OGVP. Those 2 teams also not guaranteed.
Yeah.
So
crazy
lot of
day
possibilities.
tomorrow.
Yeah.
In a short amount of series. So
Yeah.
awesome game for T1, 2-0 convincingly, I would say. They had like 1 slip up that second game, but otherwise I feel like they were in control like 95% of the time.
Yeah.
So hype for them.
great to see T1 bounce back after a rough start on kind of day 1, start of day 2. And with that, we wrap ourselves up. Day 3 is a wrap. Group stage continues tomorrow, same time, same place. Thanks everyone for tuning in. We'll see you tomorrow.